What is up, friends? Greetings and happy Friday. It is indeed time for yet another Viewer's Choice versus Fighting Games Friday night bonus stream. Welcome, everybody. What is up, Atomic Runner, Netscape Navigator, Dark Rip, New Paradigms, lurkers in chat, VOD viewers, etc., etc. You know the drill. You're all welcome. And indeed, Atomic Runner, tonight we fight. I just had a slightly too rushed and too big dinner. So I'm not sure if the impending fighting games will completely overwhelm and destroy me, or will energize me, perform at the next level. That's probably not going to happen, but we'll see. We'll see. It is Friday night. We are doing Viewer's Choice versus Fighting Games, and the way that works, for those of you who may not have been around for previous streams like this, is we will do a raffle. Everyone gets a chance to enter their name, and if you are a esteemed member of the Skull Club, aka a subscriber to the channel, you will have increased chances of winning the raffle. The winner then gets to pick a game from the list. After being picked, I shall play the game in question, and we usually play a game for, on average, 45 minutes to an hour, maybe. I usually say I want to go for at least half an hour, but longer depending on how it goes. And we've been known to stick for the game for like an hour and a half if it's been motivated by the game being interesting, or me being stubborn, or some combination thereof. What's up, Space Hypercopter? We usually, more recent streams, we've had kind of a more relaxed pace, so we've maybe gone through about 4 games in a stream. I used to try to aim for at least 5, but we've had mixed results. We also got to take into account that there's likely going to be a little bit of technical hiccups, jumping between consoles and stuff. It's happened. Not to mention, of course, if we're trying to play PC games, or even worse, PS3 games, you know, things can happen. If you would like to know what games are available to choose, just type exclamation point VS. Exclamation point? Exclamation mark? How do you English? I don't know. You know what I mean. You got the instructions down there in case you don't. Just type that in chat, press enter, and Nightbot will provide you with a link to the spreadsheet. The link will show you all the games available. It'll show you all the games we've played. It'll show you some links to VODs and YouTube videos of previous streams if you would like to check those out. And I would recommend prospective game pickers, or choice viewers. I don't know. If you want to pick a game, feel free to pick one out ahead of time. That way we can kind of move things along relatively smoothly. I also just remembered that we should enable enable a reward, a channel point reward, to pick which character I will be playing in whatever game gets picked. And later on, we will also enable a reward which will let you skip the queue altogether, skip the whole raffle nonsense. You can just pick a game and, you know, make some good use of your hard-earned channel points. I'm trying to remember, there's been a few, that's right, I'm looking at the list right now. There have been a few recent additions, and we did check out some Super Famicom games not super long ago. I realized looking at it now, we do have Battle Arena Nito Shinden for the PS1, which we haven't even booted up yet, so that would be an extremely blind game. But I guess there's probably more of those too. In any case, that's pretty much all there is to it. We pick a game, we play it, we reflect on our experience, we pick another game, and we keep going. I don't really feel like I have a lot of housekeeping or other things to kind of talk about at length. I mentioned on Discord, which some of you may have seen, I did get a Surugaya shipment the other day. Not a massive one, but it's got a few interesting things. But we'll be taking a look at that on stream tomorrow, most likely. I didn't want to get too distracted with that kind of stuff tonight, because we have fighting games to play. A lot of them. So without further ado, I think we're all kind of settling in here and we know what to do. We will have more people dropping in, I should hope. But hey, if you're here early, that means you have a good chance of winning the first raffle. So let me set this up and we should get ready. I believe this is all configured, and if my running a stream skills haven't completely deteriorated, I do believe I pressed this button right here. And there we go. The raffle is open. Type raffle in chat. Activate your rigging protocols. Do whatever you need to do. And we shall see in a little less than 2 minutes who gets to be the first game picker of tonight. What's up, Animated Taco? Happy Friday to you as well. Ooh, I should probably refill my drink. In fact, I'm gonna go refill my drink right now. You guys enjoy rigging the raffle in the meantime, and I'll be back in a jiffy. Always, of course, a little nervous to see what the first game of the night will be and how that might set the tone for the rest of the stream. All right, we've got about 30 seconds left. So accounting for Twitch lag. Let's call that last call. If you want to get in on this raffle, you better type that in chat, or it's too late. Being inundated with Tekken 8 ads. I hear that game has been received well, which I'm happy about, but I'm not terribly compelled to pay a bunch of money to play it just now, but we'll be looking at that in the future, I'm sure. All right, here we go. Let's go! Let's go. Dude, this music... Again, Gunblade New York music's just like 50 times louder than anything else. Anyway. Boom, Atomic Runner. Excellent work on those rigging protocols. Well done indeed. Ready with the finger on the trigger for Project Gaiaray. Wow, this is going to be quite something. So I realized as I was setting up that, oh yeah, right, I've got the new MemCard Pro for my PS2, and I kind of don't remember super exactly how I had everything set up with the, with the memory cards for stuff. But we'll figure that out. I'll boot up the PS2 and we'll get that organized, and I'll go find the disc and controller and everything. In fact, speaking of, I don't think this is a very arcade stick friendly game, because I think there's a bunch of pressing the triggers to do stuff. We'll see. We'll just find out together. I have played this game on stream at least once, and I remember it being pretty confusing. But hey, at least Jay gets their their wish in PSX gaming. All right, so let's hop on over to the correct scene. And give me a moment here to set things up. We'll get this here on first, just so people know what we're working towards. As we are configuring things here. All right, so capture HDMI cable. Check. Upscaler. Check. Cable plugged in. Let's see if we can get capture here. And I really gotta do this firmware upgrade. This is still Yeah. All right, let me change my view here. And now I'm gonna see if I can connect to my memcard Pro here. The right one? Oh, there we go. Card browser. PS1 versus fighting. Mount virtual memory card. So we'll just have to see if I do have I wouldn't be shocked if I don't have a save for this, but if I do, I want to make sure. Oh, there we go. Project Gaiaray. Cool. I mean, just find the disc and we shall get going. Shockingly smooth sailing. Go.
Unspeakable horror awaits you.
Ushi 84 divided by 2 is Ushi 42 months of Skull Club membership. That's crazy, dude. Thank you very much. I appreciate the support. Welcome and happy Friday to you. Yes, indeed, Atomic Runner. Well played. Well played. We shall just hope that my PS2 will cooperate. And hey, there we go. Yes, rigging worked indeed. PlayStation disc. Enter. Let's go. So as you may suspect from the cover art, we've got ourselves a vintage 90s futuristic robot fighting action type of situation going here. All I really remember about this game is that it's got... I don't think I'm getting it mixed up with Mega 2 to 2096. I think this is the one where you've got all kinds of weird sliding around in circles, basically. Got some eclectic music. Alright. Hope you guys weren't using your eyeballs. Or if you were, I guess not much longer. So I'm pretty sure this is one of those games that I picked up, as I usually do, in a pile of others, and we booted it up once in one of those, hey, let's check out all these recent games I picked up kind of streams. And that was probably like 3 years ago. I don't remember an awful lot about this. The intro's pretty cool. God, the direction of the camera and everything is a bit wild, but the modeling and rendering here looks pretty decent. Yeah, it's flashing fairly incessantly, I have to say. It just keeps going. They just got that... Oh, dude, he's shooting lens flares. That's the sickest. The aesthetics of this is pretty sick. I mean, you can kind of glean it a little from the cover art, too. Like, there's a lot of, like, the graphic design that goes into the packaging, and I would assume we see that reflected in the UI and stuff, too. It's, like, pretty damn slick. It's got that PS1 era, like, sort of futuristic, not exactly like Y2K, but, you know, that, very crisp, very polished, like just putting a lot of effort into shape language and fonts and color palettes and design just in general with that kind of stuff, which is always pleasant to see. Yeah, it's safe to open your eyes again. And mega flashing light intro is finally over. Red Alert 2 music samples. Yeah, it's always fun and weird when you hear those samples that just like went around. Stuff that would just show up in all kinds of weird places. So let's load, see if that works. Yep, okay, loaded. Common level, normal. Only 3 levels, let's go with normal. We're probably going to get destroyed, but let's see how it goes. Key setting. Like I said, I vaguely recall there being a lot of trigger stuff. It's interesting that it's actually... yeah, I figured it might be... I was going to say it supports analog stick, but it's probably the actual dual joystick. People might not be familiar, but this joystick right here that you're seeing in pictures, this is the reason why the DualShock, or the analog controller, has 2 joysticks. And it's also why earlier PlayStation analog controllers have... Like on the PS1 and PS2, you have the analog button. And the analog button has multiple modes. Like on the PS2, it's just either analog is enabled or it isn't. But on PS1, there's like a red LED mode and a green LED mode. And one of the mode is specifically designed to like simulate this controller. I guess I don't know exactly how they differ. But yeah, I guess there were some other like flight sims and robot type games that used this joystick. And this would be one of them. What's up, Lamasar? What's up, Smuggy Bear? Powerful, yeah. So I'm actually... I feel like I'm probably... Like all of my vague recollections of this game, I feel like I might be getting mixed up with Megatude 2096 or whatever it's called. But I feel like we should... Oops. Oh boy, the stick... like all wobbly. Maybe this isn't a good idea. But I'm curious to try the analog joystick mode just to, you know, we'll have the more unique experience. Like, again, of course, this isn't designed for a DualShock controller, but because we can simulate the analog joystick mode, let's try this and see how it goes. But just looking at the controls, I'm getting the impression that this is more of a virtual on type situation than a typical versus fighting game, but it might be, and maybe that's why I remember it being confusing, because the movement is more like as you would expect from a virtual on type thing, but it's presented more like a fighting game. Anyway, so can I... This might not actually really work that well, because I guess the buttons... Because we still have a bunch of face button bound actions, and that makes no sense on a DualShock, because obviously we can reach the L2 and R, but like everything is on X and square. I guess that's just how that joystick was designed, with the buttons, like the trigger on the joystick being the X button or something, which seems weird, because obviously you have all the buttons on the down there, but you know, they couldn't have designed this knowing that the analog controller would come out later. But yeah, looking at it, I think that pretty much settles it. We can't really we're not really going to be able to do that very well. So standard controller it is. X to dash, square and triangle for attacks, both for special, circle for jump. Burning with L and R1, and both for down. We're going to have a bit of a tricky time controlling this, I think, but that's fine. How am I? I'm doing all right. It's Friday. It's been a week of ups and downs, but I'm happy to have arrived at the weekend. So we'll leave it at that. But I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right. Wasn't this controller made for airplane games and Descent? Yeah, I'm sure they're like... I think of it as like the flight sim joystick. But I reckon there's probably other games that were... because it is analog, of course, and it would have been... Like, I don't know what the exact specific use case would be for the second joystick, but... hey, that's cool. And again, like, basically because of this, we got the dual analog stick standard for game controllers, which I think is broadly a good thing. What's up, Icarus? far too kind, but I appreciate the sentiment. All right. Oh, I'm just curious to like what's. All right. Oh, dude, that's the original analog controller. You guys remember this one? Have you ever played on this one? You can see the nubs on the like the joysticks are concave, and the wings of the controller are notably longer. This is the original analog controller that did not have vibration built in. This is the pre-DualShock analog controller. But I vaguely recall this being. I remember using this controller back then. Or that's my memory of it anyway. But I remember reading something about it being. I don't know if it was only in Japan or if it was not available in North America or whatever it was, but it's an interesting one. It'd be a fun historical artifact to own, but alas, I do not. So it's pretty funny that it has this like weird information screen. And they clearly did take that into account, but it's still, the controls don't really make sense for it. Brought the indents back for the PS4. Yeah, the PS4 controller, I think, was pretty good. I don't know that I've ever loved any PlayStation controllers, but with the exception of the 6-axis, which was just kind of crappy and just felt cheap and was weird. I haven't disliked any PlayStation controllers. I've never really used the PS5 one, but they've all been okay, but none of them have been... They've all been adequate, none of them have been exceptional, in my opinion. All right. We should probably start the timer. I wonder if... oh, yeah. Of course, Live Split crashed. Or froze, I guess. Well, whatever. So let's... work, hopefully? No? Oh, my God. Just... Oh. A sec. Back my desktop screen here. I'm here that we don't need. There. Okay. Well, there's a slight technical hiccup, of course. Let's start the timer. I guess attack is the arcade sort of equivalent here. Am I gonna get a... Oh, I selected the wrong input. Can I get a screen? Yeah, there we go. Oh yeah, let me also enable the reward if you want to skip the raffle. There we go, that's enabled. Neuron career select. Lever pad. The text is a little difficult to read. Salsis. Otis. Teneritas. Chudado. That's the ninja robot, I guess. Of course, you gotta have a ninja robot. Fiducia. Okay, so is this is probably a boss character that we unlocked for beating the game once or something, because we did play it before. If there are like different endings or different things to unlock, I feel like I want to pick a character that isn't whoever I picked to beat it previously, which I assume would probably have been the default dude. We're down does nothing. What's up, Doom Noob? Does anyone know the name of the Chinese knockoff Neo Geo? No clue. Go like Salsis. Salsis, yeah, very PS1 robots. Quite a few games with this kind of subject matter.
Now, we're going to release the neuron. Main reactor, control unit, or rather...
I recall there's like high-res mode, I think. It's like weirdly crisp. Pretty cool. Let's see how it holds up once we actually start playing. Do any of you guys remember the controls? I think the attacks, square and triangle, L1, R1 for turning. X to jump.
Ready. Action.
Alright, okay. Music's pretty sick. Oh, okay, you have to stand still to turn. That's a choice. Okay, that's dashing. It's a little hard to visually parse. This is definitely not the game I thought it was, by the way. I was 100% thinking Omega 2. So my attack 1 is that, like, missile burst. My attack 2, another gun attack, I guess. The jumping appears to also automatically lock on. Okay. We're winning on the timer here, I guess.
Time over. Exhaust wins.
Okay. A little confusing. We got some kind of meter.
Action.
Okay, so that's my weapon 2, the that one. But if I hold... Ah, okay. Right, okay, so you gotta use the meter. Okay, I think that was her special. You hold both turning buttons and you just sit down and build meter. And then I guess I have to be standing on the ground, maybe? To do the special. Okay, that's completely whipped. There's like no sidestepping. I mean, I guess I can just run to the left and right, but I can't like boost. Yeah, I can't boost to the side while shooting. Definitely quite confusing. All right, we landed a few early hits. That's good. There's like a weird cooldown on everything, basically. Music is sick, though. Oh. I think something hit there, maybe? But my attack 1 appears to be like a spread thing, because I always have this angle like that. Second one is more aimed. Oh, okay.
This result will be handled in the upper half.
I guess I had a melee attack also? I'm not sure. Like every single element on screen is like scaled in a weird ratio. All right, there we go.
Action.
Okay, if you hold sideways while shooting, you do kind of strafe, actually. I'm sure I had the same exact thought last time I played this, but like, what if I can rip this soundtrack? Okay, so I can't do the missiles in midair. Maybe not the other attack either. Okay, I'm trying to use my beam attack. Okay, so that's what when the targeting reticle changes from green to pink, that means I can do my melee attack. It's a little hard to look at, but I think I'm probably having a slightly easier time as I'm controlling it. Nice, okay. Trying to do my melee attack. It's so hard. Oh, it came out. I just whipped it. All right, we got him.
You win. This result will be handled in the upper half.
This was like sort of exhausting. I'm glad this was picked. Like, I feel like it was placed on this list vaguely erroneously because it's not really a fighting game, but I don't mind. It's obviously like versus combat action. It's a cool game. But the idea I had in my mind of what this game was 100% not this game. Whoa! Holy shit, that did damage. Ah, shit! He's downstabbed me. I wanted to sword attack this guy, but he got there first.
Ready.
He's doing like these weird like mortar attacks behind cover. Man, he just flies away when I'm trying to sword attack him. Ooh, nice dodge. Like, you press the dash button and you just go boosting for... It's like a set period of time. You just tap the button and then he goes for a while. It's quite unwieldy, which, you know, not super inappropriate for big mechs, but, you know, a little tricky. Actually hitting with that's not easy. Okay, he dodged that. The frame rate and camera make it pretty tricky to fully comprehend how, like, movement works. You just, you know, you fire your projectiles once in a while and kind of hope for the best. And every now and again you do your super where you just blast these blue laser blasts in all directions, and more often than not nothing connects.
Ready. Action.
Wrong button. Well, I'm glad we're not attempting to play this any kind of weird analog tank control setup, because that would definitely have it just be even more confusing. This guy's just like running real fast. It looks pretty funny. I mean, it's kind of cool, but it's... No, I was trying to do my super and he just sorted me out of it. And my screen just blacked out for a second, but... Oh! Yeah. Did my special. That's fine. I'll take the time over win. There's been quite a few timeouts. What is the timer? Is it 60? Okay. I need to pause. Hang on. Yeah, it just keeps blacking out usually. Might sim with this. Help. Yeah, we'll just do this. Oh! Lucky dodge. I mean, the same thing with the sword attacks. They just like have this long canned animation. Get me. Say, if he's right in front of me, running towards me, is it gonna hit then? And yeah, I guess it did. Yeah, but the way they can sort of like input read and just dash all the like over to the side when you shoot, it's annoying. But I guess I could just use my wake up iframes to do my melee attack. That worked. And loading so fast, at least on PS2 here, there's like not much downtime. Go right into it.
Action.
I wasn't ready for that drop. I was caught up full off guard there. Oh, okay. Gotta fucking rip this soundtrack though. I think this is all I suspect rather that it might be Redbook, because at least the browser screen on the PS2 gave me the option for the CD audio. Oh, I can turn while I'm launching the Super. That's helpful.
Ready. Action.
Girls, eat that. This one, sword, but I need to land on the ground. Oh, I need to dash away, of course. Something big. Oh, okay. Good, good, good. Fuck. Oh, okay, that was lucky.
Time over. You win. This result will be handed in the upper hat.
This result will be apprehended in the empty hat? What did she say? I don't know. Put one down in the record books. Exalsis. Is it the mirror? Yeah.
Action.
I guess the missiles have like no tracking really, but you fire them this wider array. Whereas the machine gun shoot it in a burst, but it tracks better. I guess that's the idea. Like landing on top of him. Oh, he's gonna... Okay. Nope. Okay. I don't know how or why he didn't hit me there, but I will happily accept it.
Ready. Action.
Nice. Okay, that's a good start. Oh, okay. Yeah, you tap this X button once, you just dashed across the map, basically. Oh, okay. I didn't get hit too bad. That's pretty... I'm still in the lead, technically. Good. Nice! I made him with the sword. Created an opening. I'm like sort of understanding things. Alright, cool. We win.
Time over. You win.
It's a little weird. That timer scamming is like the dominant strat, but it's not even like I'm chasing after him. I'm fighting as actively as I can. All right, Tom Grutter, thanks for stopping by. Enjoy your dinner and have a nice Friday night.
Now, we're going to fight against NATO Force Mobile Tactical Weapon Launch Editor. This action is on nearly same level as the actual fight, so be cautious.
Is this the secret character? Yeah, okay. Last program.
Ready.
Oh, I'll do the music.
Action.
Oh, I think I'm still in iframes. I was trying to dash after him when I had iframes and get a sword attack in. But if he's supposed to be the boss character, we're still doing okay here, I think.
Action.
Yeah, you have like massive iframes on Wake Up. But if you get like a knockdown, it's like the literal worst possible time to attack. Ah! Okay. You're not invincible when doing your super. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. We didn't get the 1 CC, but I wasn't expecting that. In fact, getting here on 1 credit is like kind of incredible. Oh, nice. Instant rematch.
Action.
Oh, okay, so you can't cancel your dash with a jump. Oh my god, I was trying to do the sword attack. But it's the same, it's not a different button, you just press your attack button. It's like the sword didn't come out, I just shot, but I was still like stuck in place somehow. Oh my god, I thought I had iframes. I was like, alright, I'm gonna stand up, I'm gonna shoot, and
Ready.
somehow I didn't even get,
Action.
like, my projectiles didn't even really come out. Got stuck. Oh, man, this guy's tough. Obviously, there's no cover either. Okay, you can cancel your dash. Oh, okay. I thought I was canceling my dash and then dash in a different direction, but I think it's just if you tap the dash button again, you stop, basically. Those missiles are really not easy to dodge. Okay,
Exhaust wins.
we got him.
Ready. Action.
Gotta make sure that if I want to try to do the special... that I do it right after he shoots. So he's like on cooldown. Or while he's waking up. Or like using the frame advantage of the knockdown, basically. Ah!
You win.
We got it.
Good job.
Doom Noob, Martial Masters is not a game on the list. You're free to make a choice, but make sure to pick something that's on the list. You can find the list by typing !BS. This is another boss? Or is this the ending? That's fucking sick, though. Emergency? Untitled? Okay. Bonus extra boss? Is this the Dural?
Battle. Start.
Sick. Okay, I thought we were done.
Safe and clear. Be careful.
You don't add to the list. You look at the list and you pick a game that's on it. You do that by typing !BS. Oh, of course, I knew it was going to sword me. We can play that game. Nice, got him.
Exhaust wins.
Apologies for not quite keeping up with chat. This is pretty hectic. I'll try to catch up in a moment. I sort of... oh my god, nope. Shit. I was hoping for like a trade. That was not the trade I was looking for. And I was like so careful the first round and it went so well, and then it all went to shit.
Exhaust wins.
I'm worried that we won't get more than one attempt at this guy if it's like a bonus fight.
Start.
Dude, my dash just... was I in the corner of the stage or something? My dude just got stuck. Ah, that was so annoying. Alright, let's see if we... Alright, okay. We got to continue.
Start. The enemy's character isn't clear. Be careful.
The little radio chatter is pretty sick. Do I have any interest in emulation handhelds? Not really. The actual handheld consoles that I've bought and owned over the years, I've not really seen much use. So realistically, I don't think I would actually use them much. There's like a very slightly hypothetical academic interest. They're like neat. But I don't have any, and I don't feel particularly compelled to get one. I like the idea of the analog pocket. That looks pretty nice. But I'm also like a little wary of any system that's sort of like that to do everything, because I feel like controls wise and everything, it's not going to be ideal for any one thing. So the short answer is no, not really, I guess. What's up, Solid Snack? Hitting with the Lariato. The closest I get, I guess, is this sword attack, which not particular, that one right there, but it's like context sensitive close range attack that's half impossible to hit anything with. I like baited out him using his one, kind of worked out, but fuck, hard to dodge.
Battle. Fuck.
Cooldown seems pretty fast. Nice. Okay. Ah, I should have charged. Dude, ah, he just dodged it. This is pretty decent, like, battle climax music, but it's not quite as cool as some of the other songs. With less cover... I'm trying to shoot. I'm pressing every button. Oh, sick, we got it. But what I was about to say is, with less cover, the timer scam strats are a lot less viable. Because it's really the cover that, you know, make it so that attacks just never quite land. Making the rounds more drawn out. And naturally, that happens less when there's no hiding. We still got it there. It's a pretty slow-paced round here. Nice. Oh, that was sick. Perfect.
Time over.
Dude, we got it. Fucking
Great.
time over. Perfect. Alright, is that it? Doom Noob, I'm still waiting for a game, by the way. You cannot provide a game in a reasonable time frame. I will refund your redeem, and we'll just do a raffle. You've got a minute or two. Alright, looking at the list. Okay, cool. Dude, this is a remarkably slow text scroll. Pretty cool, though. Sudden appearance of the enemy attack completely ruined the town area. In spite of destruction, the enemy was seriously damaged by Neuron Courier EX+a. Succeeded to get a precious practical data. Neuron Carrier. I'm assuming it's supposed to be Neuron Carrier, not Career. And those two words are, like, you write them the same in Japanese. Who knows? From this data, it is proved that Neuron Career is the only one weapon for the enemy, and it is so determined EX+a mass production. I mean, you can kind of, you know, the meaning gets across. However, from our insufficient data, it is still unknown their true colors or their object of appearance to the Earth. That the our incomplete data. I wonder if that's because we didn't 1cc, or because we didn't play on hard mode, or we need to play with more characters and beat more bosses. 480 pi 80i. Get it mixed up between 480p and 480i and 480 pi, but no, we got 480 interlaced credits. Vocal credits theme. Yeah, this game was cool. It's funny, like I didn't really remember. I thought I remembered it, but it turns out that what I remembered was a different game. Well, I'm very happy this was picked. I'm happy to have an excuse to boot this up and play through and be reminded that the soundtrack kicks ass. It's got cool PS1 robot visuals. Dude, this fucking vintage 90s PS1 shit right here. Got us to Swims for sound effects. Yeah, this was cool. Gotta like write down somewhere that I need to rip the music from this, because I actually have it's not literally within arm's reach, but I had it here the other a moment ago before I prepped here, but I had the that Gaiaray remix album that I bought recently. I need to rip that, and if I don't have a disk drive in this PC, but I have my old PC. So I need to boot that up and do like a disc ripping session to get that, and I should try to remember to rip from this, assuming this is Redbook audio, but I think it is, or you can actually check, I guess. Your choice is Fatal Fury 2. Guess we did not play that one. Correct. All right, sure. Oh, actually, speaking of, I'm looking at the document here. Let's make sure to mark Project Gaiaray as completed. It is 2024, January 26th today. So I might as well scroll all the way up here to Fatal Fury. And the stat roll is like pretty slow too, but at least we got the music. Like, it's probably timed to the song, so I'll get an arcade stick ready in the meantime. There is a very slight possibility that, because I don't quite recall to what degree I have main stuff set up. Possible that I don't have Fatal Fury set up. Well, hopefully be able to set that up if that's the case. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Because there's not much on the list here that's like actual emulated arcade stuff. So it's entirely possible that it's something I kind of never really got around to setting up after getting this computer, but we'll figure it out. Because yeah, the origins of this stream, or these viewer's choice streams, was we did it for New Year's Eve 2019, and I had a bunch of lists, and to keep it simple, they were all just on main. But I had a lot of fun doing it, so I was like, hey, let's do this as a recurring thing. And I just started adding everything that I had in my collection. And from then on, like, I didn't really want to do arcade stuff. It was more built around, like, playing stuff from my collection. But I didn't want to remove the arcade games that were already on the list, so That's why there's a handful of them, but not that many. I guess we have been doing it for about 5 years, which is sort of crazy. Taking us about 5 years to get through 223 games. And of course, the list has been growing as I've been adding new games to the collection. All right, so let's make sure to save here before we leave. Clearly, there's stuff to unlock of some kind. I'm just curious to go... I guess we can do versus com. Because when we played, we had on the character select, the first boss character was selectable, but not the second one. Oh, that's kind of weird. When I choose like the... Oh, okay. No, never mind. It's just Exalsis that changes appearance when both of them... Okay, I thought it's like kept changing. We've got Longevite. Okay, yeah, so the other boss is not unlockable here. Wonder if... Yeah, I can't figure out a way to actually pick the other costume or toggle, but whatever. We're done with this. Thank you for the pick. I enjoyed it. Now let's let's we'll just get rid of the disc, or I will forget. Actually, fuck it, never mind. I was gonna say, hey, let's take a look at the browser to see if there is CD music, but that's getting sidetracked. That pocket and let's play here. Plug in the old arcade stick. And yes, we go here. Oh yeah, I still have this winter background thing here. Fuck it, it'll do. So let me check. Let's find out if we have Fatal Fury ready to go. Okay, it looks like probably. So let's... Also, by the way, you're definitely not going to learn how to play this from watching me. I'm going to get my ass kicked, but that's fine. We'll go with... Fine. Can I... There we go. All right, let me timer. Let's get an audio mixer up here. Gonna probably be fucked. Oh, that's okay. Surprisingly okay. Ah. Oh. Oh yeah, let me fix the game details.
Fury 2! Round 1. Fight!
Don't recognize the devs of the mecha game. EX+a is not the developers. EX+a is a very big publisher, like book publisher in Japan. I'm actually not sure who made it. I guess EX+a is the only name that's on the disc as well. There's another company logo or something in the beginning, but I think they were... what did it say? Like Art... It wasn't Art Dink, but it was like Art something, I think. The company. Alright, let me do some configurations here. Alright, that's work. I think this is gonna set the control ups correctly, but let's... I mean, I guess we're running default dip switches. It's gonna probably destroy us, but we'll see how it goes. Yeah, I can't really change... Yeah, it's gonna be a bit of a hassle to change the background. Hopefully it's readable enough. Alright, let's start the timer and get owned. We played through the Super Famicom version of this in relative recent memory, I believe. But I don't know how that went. I don't know how the versions compare. I don't know if I figured out some cheese strats, and if I did, I wouldn't remember much of it. But this is at least like a game that people might know, to the point of there might be someone in chat, Kim, who like might actually know how to play this game. And as usual, I'm all ears when it comes to advice on how to play and how to cheese. Wow. Is it down? No. Dude, I fucking hate the line system. It's so obnoxious. Alright, Kim's fucking sweep that pushes him back 2 miles before it comes out. Is it down? No. The input for the dive kick? I thought it was down or down forward in D, but maybe I have to do with the light kick? Because I don't... It's not the QCF in this game, is it? Right, there's no combos in this game, I forgot. Oh, no. Down back? But it's probably down, it's just that there's something more about the positioning. Alright, that's got iframes, I guess. That's so fucking cheap. Alright. It's a 90s fighting game. Of course it's gonna be cheap. But he was still like, he was pretty, like, he left himself open. That was very doable. I mean, it's the first enemy, but, you know. I think as we get used to the controls and our character's abilities, we'll have an easier time figuring out what we can do. But yeah, C plus D knocks them into the background. A plus B is like the watching thing. Like, I definitely feel like I could bait out the rising tackle. Not super easy to punish, but It seems as if you can kind of... Yeah, he's gonna do that. I wonder if the light Hangetazan can be used. Because I'm trying to use the Hangetazan just to sort of chip. But I reckon chip damage is probably pretty severe, if I had to guess. But when you can just bust out the invincible rising tackle in response every time, you know, then that's not too much of a viable strat. Yeah, block stun is really, like, I'm trying to reversal punish with my Tienzon while he's... while he's recovering. But I'm still, like, in block stun. Oh, I could have super there, I guess. Is it, like, quarter circle back? Is it, like, the same motion as KOF, but with B plus C? Why did I pick him? He's just a character I liked using in this game when I played it as a kid. I don't know the game well enough to have actual strats, but I know his moves more or less. Like his normals are kind of awkward and strange, but his specials, the thing is, like, even other characters that I might be familiar with, a lot of them work pretty differently compared to, like, KOF. And characters like Terry and Mai, like, their moves kind of change quite a bit from game to game. And they tended to especially be kind of weird in the old games. So it's not really, like, comparatively, him as a character, I'm gonna feel pretty at home with. But there's no, like, actual... That's not based on, like, actual knowledge about the game. That's just me. Dude, I'm trying to fucking Hangetazan, and I can't get a quarter circle move to come out. Ugh. I remember there was, like, some super basic cheese strat against Raiden in the first game. I don't know how throws work exactly, or if that's something I could go for, but the fact that there's no combos in this game... Yeah, that's right, there's no iframes on that. Means that, like, by definition, it's going to be kind of just pokes. So that's good in a way, because it means that it's easier to sort of optimize in a way. Like, you don't have to worry about, well, I need to be able to maximize the openings I get with a big combo, because that doesn't exist in this game.
Cam versus Bear.
If someone could look up a move list to see how you do Kim's super, I'd appreciate it. I think I know what the command is, but I haven't gotten it to come out. But in games like this, it's hard to know if it's because you don't know the move or if it's just the game being an old game. Dude, I cannot believe. I'm not sure what I'm doing wrong to not get the special to come out. Am I too fast? Am I too slow? Nice. B plus D. Okay, so it's both kicks. I see. Thank you, General Soldier. Appreciate that. Yeah, because I know, like, in some games they use B plus C, just like inane, because it's like light kick and heavy punch. All right. There's like no damage. Yeah. Retreat. Okay. like, I don't recall having trouble doing this against Terry, and now it's just, like, not coming out. Need to do that. Okay. That works, that works. Okay, that wasn't so bad. Was good practice in martial arts. I've heard about you. Please say you'll fight me. Quality old SNK English localization.
Kim versus Kim. Round one. Fight.
This song is sick. I mean, Fatal Fury music's generally quite awesome. Yeah, that's pretty cheap. You can do this from jumping backwards. I'm sure there's other people you can bait with that. Wow, the sweep actually reached. Little moped sounds, pretty good. Dude, I fucking love the changing color palettes between rounds too. Like 3 failed inputs in a row. I traded. I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure that was a stun because I got knocked down. I think maybe... I'm not sure. I was gonna say, I think maybe you can tell from the portrait if you're getting stunned, but it might just be health. Like it changes color when you're on low health. Dude! No, no iframes on that either. Fuck's sake. Terrible normal to come out of that spot, but it worked out. Yeah, the art's great. Like, it's a lot of refinements in character design and artwork that you see from game to game in this series. In the first 1 or 2 games, you know, they're pretty quaint in a lot of ways, even compared to the later Neo Geo stuff. But there's, at the same time, like, a lot of, like, there's a really strong foundation there.
Kim versus Andy.
Like, the character designs are awesome, and, like, the pixel art's not bad. I mean, especially the backgrounds are awesome. All the character animation is, like, a little... Like, it's not that it's bad, but you can just... I mean, in hindsight, especially, just seeing how much better it would become. It's, like, quite a bit of a step up in later games. Shouts to Terry in the background, and Mai. The same moped guy from Kim Stage. He's drive his moped all the way from Korea to Italy. Of course, yeah. He's got an invincible, just like Terry, he's got an invincible anti-air. So he's gonna use that. A lot of input reading. CD seems to kind of work weirdly well. That was not a CD. That was not a CD, but okay, it worked out. I don't know why my crouching jab hit him into the background, but... Oh, of course! Dude, the active frames on that. Okay, good. Good trade. Yeah, what's up, Running Wild? Maybe you've got strats for this game. One thing I kind of hate about this is the, for some reason in this game, the life bars don't deplete towards the center. That's always a weird thing in games like this. Because it just makes it like a lot harder to read the life bars at a glance. Also, shoutouts to Ice Cream, 2 E's. Like the line system is just weird in general, especially because, like, as a human, it feels impossible to make use of. But they were always gonna do the correct move, and it's not that you immediately and instantly get hit out of stuff, but it's not like you can catch them off guard or trick them or do anything meaningful with the line system anyway. Special for half, not so much for 2. Yeah, I feel like Andy just feels like he would... To be clear, I'm not basing this on, like, factual knowledge. But you saying Andy's busted in this, it's like, yeah, that checks out. That seems perfectly... Like, of course he would be. But I suppose, too, like, anyone having a standard projectile...
Ready? Go!
I just hit him. Right. Of course. Because you've got the forward crouch walk in this, you can like quite easily accidentally change sides from crouching, like down backing. All right, we got it. What I was gonna say is, like, very few characters in Fatal Fury have like very traditional fireballs, and especially at this point in time, people making fighting games, fireballs were usually, I mean, it's not specific fireballs, just in general, stuff would typically have a lot of plus frames and things. And with this game in particular being not, you know, there aren't combos, so it's all about like pokes and footsies. You know, reject drive rush, embrace not having hurt boxes and hit stun. This is the pure fighting game that people are always complaining about not existing in modern days. Oh shit, that stunned me. Okay. That was a super, I reckon. Deep Pulse, Jumbu. I feel like we kind of turned that around better than I expected, given how owned we got early on in that round, so there's still hope here. For some reason, they seem like not great at protecting themselves against the CD attack, so I'll abuse that all day. Can I, oh my god. Can I please? I want to get like one special to come out so I can fucking chip, but it took like 4 tries to get a quarter circle move to come out. I was actually contemplating picking Andy at the beginning. I might try him later. See if we can make use of any cheap shit. Obviously, what's like competitively busted isn't necessarily going to help you against the CPU, but in a game like this, I would take it to mean something is just like absurd in terms of hitbox and frame data and whatnot, and you know, obviously that's going to carry over to some degree. Oh wow, I actually hit him. Still got a shot here. I'm dead. I tried to stick out my CD, but he hit me out of it. Almost traded, I guess, but trading would have not helped me. I would have died anyway. Let's go with Kim for a while still, but in a game like this that I'm not particularly familiar with, you're spending some time just building up the kind of familiarity with your ranges, and yeah, I think I think we're onto something. Yeah, okay, just to max range stand C. Okay, I think we got the strat. So this is, of course, you know, the advantage of not super cheap AI in general, but stuff that's like pretty heavily reliant on input reading. Like, I'm sure Special has more quote-unquote refined AI. Dude, my my close standing C whips on his dizzy animation. Ah, we didn't get the perfect. Like Fatal Fury 1, I remember, has some stuff like this, where it's like pretty. I mean, it's not like Art of Fighting 2 level or like some of the worst absurd AIs, but it's pretty crude in its way to like attempt being a tough opponent. It's just, yeah, counter poking based on yeah, I want to try using the stand C now. It's hitting on its like recovery frames basically, so it's pretty slow. But you know, it doesn't have to be fast if its main purpose is to hit someone out of a move that's even slower. Crossing up. But I wonder if, yeah, because it seemed like I could punish that with a throw. Dead. Oh. So when she does her wall dive, whatever, she jumps towards one of these poles. So I wonder if me hitting the Hyenzan is like that triggering her to do that attack. I wonder if that's somehow like dependent on where in the stage we're standing. I also don't know what that looks like if we're on the back layer here, but nope, it looks like that. That's so sick. Like unique back turn sprites for certain specials in the back line, like stuff like that. Like these quote-unquote needless but so awesome visual touches, I feel like it's such a trademark of this series. Like the stages changing colors between rounds. There's some like story stuff in between matches in some of the games and everything too. It's, man, Fatal Fury is just like such a fucking cool series. I'm super hyped to get news on the new game at EVO Japan. I mean, I guess there's like the world, like the KOF 15 league, or not league, but like tournament circuit thing that I think is before EVO Japan. I'm not following that closely at all, but I guess there's some kind of season finals thing happening, I think in March, I remember hearing. They did drop today an announcement of a new update to KOF 15, introducing a new mechanic, just like kind of out of nowhere and random. But a lot of people have taken that as a sign that, well, not only they're actively doing stuff with the game, but taking that to mean that we're likely seeing more content moving forward. Like there's going to be another season of characters, etc. I think, you know, it's a little bit of a Trying to set up a situation where I could throw them, but no. You know, it's... I don't want to say it's a reach, but it's more like... It's not, there's nothing really implying that specifically, but I also don't think it's unreasonable to think that that would be the case. Which would be cool. I don't really play KOF 15. I haven't really played it since it was new for a variety of reasons, but I do like the game. I think it's cool. So it'd be nice for it to see more support and content and what have you. But it could be, you know... Oh my god, active frames fucking out the ass in this game. Everything is just fully active throughout its recovery in this game. If there's a new season of content for KOF 15, that would be like an obvious place to show that, I guess, to announce that, if that's like the KOF finals. But SNK will have a presence at EVO Japan, and they have a firmly established pattern of releasing trailers and announcements at EVO Japan, as well as EVO in Vegas, of course. And they've said as much that, like, 2024, we're gonna start marketing City of the Wolves, basically. So, I feel like, honestly, and I'm sure this is not the first time I've said this about a game, but I feel like it's the new fighting game that I'm, like, the most excited. Oh, wow, she's, like, plus on that, huh? Infinite active frame jump light kick. Okay, because that jump light kick was a failed Tienzon, and I meant to land and throw her, but my light kick was still out, so it just connected. I'll take it. A new Fatal Fury game is like something I have wanted for a long time, but never expected actually would happen. And what little tiny morsel of stuff we've seen of it has me pretty excited. Not strictly because they've shown something I'm extremely excited about so much. It's more, I'm more excited for what it isn't, which is it does not appear to be a direct sequel to Mark of the Wolves in terms of aesthetics or mechanics or characters or what have you. I don't think Mark of the Wolves is a bad game, but in some regards it's my least favorite Fatal Fury game. And I feel like Mark of the Wolves is a game that's been like... It's the favorite Fatal Fury game of everyone in the world who's never played Fatal Fury. I used to liken that game to Ikaruga as a game that's like... Everyone who's a complete amateur and knows nothing about shoot-em-ups, Ikaruga is their favorite shoot-em-up. And everyone... There's so many people who feel like they've... Whether or not they've played it, it's their favorite shoot-em-up and the pinnacle of shoot-em-ups. And I think both Third Strike and Mark of the Wolves kind of have a little bit of that, where there's just this kind of reputation about it as this masterpiece kind of a thing. And by extension, like, people having sort of ignored the rest of the series. And the thing about Mark of the Wolves, to me, is also that it's so different from every other Fatal Fury game. It has a completely different roster. It's got a different set of mechanics. In my mind, I mean, the Fatal Fury games aren't all the same. They've all changed quite a bit too. But there are very few of what you might consider hallmarks of the Fatal Fury series, like mechanically and how it feels, that are present in Mark of the Wolves. Like, for me, that game, if anything... It doesn't feel like KOF either, but it's like... It's a game that is, like, stripped of its Fatal Fury identity. It's like they try to make a Fatal Fury game for people who don't play Fatal Fury. Like I said, I don't think it's a bad game, I just don't love it. And I think making your new Fatal Fury game the sequel to that game would be unfortunate, as it would kind of miss out on so many other aspects of that series you could sort of follow up on, whether it's characters or mechanics or whatever. Like, to me, Real Bout 2 is sort of the pinnacle of Fatal Fury that encapsulates everything that series was up to that point. It's got not every character, but a lot of old characters. It's got like the most refined version of the line system. It's the best looking one for sure. Like, I think that game easily looks more visually appealing than Mark of the Wolves. So I think there are things from Mark of the Wolves that you could incorporate in a new game, but I would really want is something that is closer to Real Bout 2, but includes enough of Mark of the Wolves and new ideas to make it feel like a new game. Yes. So I'm really anxious, I might even say, to like learn, to see more of it and learn what it's like. What's up, Electro Altruism? You can request Tekken 8 if you gift it to me on Steam. I don't have that game. I'm not really intending on buying it. I'd happily play it, but I don't have it. So even this, by the way, CD attacks, which in this game, like I can press A+B to leap over to the other plane. This is my CD. Well, hard to show because it's context sensitive, but C+D knocks the opponent to the other line. And because the motion has to make sense for the attack to push them in that direction. So when I'm in the front line, it looks like that. It's a like forward spinning kick towards the background. But if I'm in the back layer, it looks like that. It's like a back spinning kick. Use my strat against me. Ah! Big reason why the line stuff is kind of frustrating in this is that range on that is that if you are on different planes, if you're on the same plane, you just fight on that plane. But when you're on different planes, it basically changes what all of your buttons do. It removes your entire moveset and replaces it with like a high attack and a low attack, and you can like roll to the other line. But because you can sort of, you know, whether you are on the same line or different lines can change at an instant with no warning. You can like have an intention with pushing your button, and then in the time between you deciding to push the button and you actually pushing the button, you know, your opponent did something to completely change what that button press will do. I guess that was plus, or safe at least. Active frames. Nope, no wake up throw. But I think we're still doing pretty alright compared to what I was expecting, to be perfectly frank. Jube's probably gonna kick our ass. And then we have, it's 4 bosses, right? There's Billy, Axel, Lawrence, and Krauser. This game is long, but special is even worse, I think, because you fight everyone in that game too. That game adds a bunch of characters. Whoops. Must be a throw. Dive kick is crazy good in this game, but can't really necessarily reliably hit it because, my god. Okay. Alright, I fucked up the inputs. The inputs are quite strict in this, which I guess you should expect for a game of this vintage. Yeah, this is 2. Geese is not in this game. I don't think there's any mashing involved in that. Yeah, Kim's uppercut kind of sucks, or Yenzon. It doesn't have iframes. It doesn't have very good, like, evasive properties either. Let's try Andy. Joe would be the other character that I might get, like, that might be pretty soon to try. I haven't, like, played Joe a ton in many games, but he tends to have another kind of easy enough to understand moveset and good normals. So he's like, I feel like Andy, I feel like probably has some weird normals. Like, I know Stan D is weird, he's like falling over, yeah. So here's the question: does this uppercut have a weird ass tiger knee motion or something? Probably. Oh yeah, okay. Was this uppercut or projectile fucking overhead? Oh, okay, Zayakin is like down, back, forward, yeah. Oh, the Zayakin is probably good, actually. Quarter circle back is Hishoken. I think. Okay. Half circle forward for Shoryudan, or is it just... I guess so, maybe. Retrograde Tom with a massive raid. Welcome, everybody. I'm currently getting embarrassed by Fatal Fury 2. Oh, that does no damage. Oh, boy. Welcome, everybody. We're playing some fighting games. And we're doing viewer choice versus fighting games. And I was requested to play Fatal Fury 2, so here we are. I think Andy's going to be a bit of a struggle, but give it one more shot. This game is hard. That is true. This game is not super easy. Not the worst in terms of old Neo Geo fighting games, but it's pretty rough. So when I was playing against Andy, of course he could abuse the invincible properties of the Shoryudan. Having a little bit of a harder time doing that myself. A lot of input reading going. Oh my god! I cannot believe that is an overhead, or either it's an overhead or there's something else weird happening. I'm like trying to block his projectile and I just get hit. I'm not sure. I might have follower chat only. If that's the case, I apologize for new people who might join in here. We've had some bot struggles in the past. You know what? Oh, okay, Stan B is pretty good poke there. I'll just rely on that. Oh, I was dizzy. Oh my god. Okay, I'm alive still. Just mash. Just mash. Okay, no, follows only chat is actually off. Okay, cool. Making sure. Anyway, sorry, I'm a little flustered by this game. Welcome, Raiders. We are doing viewers' choice fighting games in which I do a little raffle, and the winner of which get to pick the next game to be played from a list of games, mostly from my collection. I do collect a lot of weird old Japanese games and other stuff too. And most of the time, we play random weird old Japanese games. Every once in a while, such as tonight, we do viewers' choice fighting games after... No, I didn't mean to jump there. For the completion of a community challenge point, or channel point kind of a thing. I cannot believe I clutched that out. Okay, cool. We take those. Okay. Jubei Yamada is next. You're unlucky to have to fight me, I'll say. And he does seem to have some good normals. I just know his stand D looks stupid. It's awkward to use. But the stand B looked... yeah, pretty good range. Oh, little intro to sandals. Damage in this is also kind of weird, I guess. Oh, that's a command grab. Didn't do much damage, though, frankly. I'm stunned, okay. Yeah, see, I don't like this. This is a bit fucked up. Get rid of this. Oh wow, okay, his CD has very awkward range. That's a command grab. I'm okay, I'm not dead. And it's just so little damage. Oh my god, okay. Do I neutral jump that? I tried to do a reversal Shoryudan, but I probably just mistimed it. Oh man, they replaced all the paintings. Ah, there's the slowdown. Trying to do the Shoryudan on command is not super reliable. Oh, of course the ant. Oh my. I could like bait that, it's probably good, because surely it's designed to be countered. Like jumping will make me unthrowable. So that would work. But I don't strictly know how the mechanics in this game works. Yeah, I'll try Andy one more time. We'll see if I can I can make use of... It's funny, like the... Okay, he's just gonna do that, basically. Oh, I think I hit him out of his throw there, actually. Okay, stand C is good. Stand B, stand C. Okay, jump B is also a long range normal. Ah, try to do the Zayakin. Okay, now I want to chip him, but he's gonna try extremely hard to not let me chip him. Okay, not that hard, I guess. Many tacos, thanks for the follow. Many tacos. If it weren't for the fact that I already ate a few too many burgers right before starting stream, I could go for some many tacos. I had 2 burgers, which was probably one too many, but you know, I'd already made 2, so what was I gonna do? Not eat the second one? It's lunacy, if you ask me. Normal throw, which is more damaging. Oh, okay. I was trying to go for the Shoryudan, but I'll take the wake-up throw. The frames. Oh, can I wonder if... I was thinking, like, can I get a him versus Cheng type situation where I just bait him into doing something that my normal would just beat. I was trying to set up the tick throw and I couldn't get the timing right. And of course, the one time I leave enough of a gap to actually land a throw, he's gonna instantly throw. Well, of course, I could have predicted that. Of course, there's like no fucking recovery on his whip command grab. Dude, I try to jump. I'm dead. No, I'm somehow not dead. Oh, okay, okay, sure. I wanted to wake up throw, and then I kind of panicked and I jumped. And once again, the jump light kicks having infinite active frames. Save the day. Okay, now we have 4 bosses left. Oh, bonus stage first. I forget what this one is. Bonus stage is probably not in special, are they? Okay, yeah, I remember there being something. Okay, I thought there was something in Billy's stage here. The boss stages are a bit special in this because they only have one plane, sort of. And if you knock the opponent into the background, they get hit into this trap. This is Billy's stage. So Billy has like the clockwork machinery, and Axel Hawk has like the electrified boxing ring ropes. Oh, dude, that's so sick. Michael Max and Hua Jai from the first game getting beat up. Creating some hints of Wolfgang Krauser, the final boss. Yeah, there's a little things like that that are removed in Fatal Fury Special. 9th stage. Yeah. So he's pretty cheap, as you might suspect. If you can land CD attacks, they would be quite helpful here. Because they'll hit him into the background, like so. Takes a little extra damage there. Try to do a meaty Shoryudan. That deletes... Ooh, projectiles. If I can bait him into doing that move... it seems like I can maybe punish it with the sweep. Maybe not punish. Not as good. Well, if I do like really meaty, maybe. Oh, he just blocks it. Fine. I'll let him block. That's a cool stage. There's a lot of cool stages in this. Frankly, Doom Noob, I'm kind of breezing through this compared to, like, we did Real Bout Special, I think it was, or maybe Real Bout 1, and we were stuck on Billy for like an hour and a half. As far as like old SNK fighting game AI goes, this is surprisingly humane. Okay. I was trying to cross him up, but it makes sense that move's pretty good anti-air. See, I was about to abandon Andy, but now I believe in him. I believe. Although, yeah, Kim's dive kick might be prove useful. Yeah, that's how I feel. Oh my god. I even tried to wake up throw myself there, but... Supposed to be as I can, but it probably would not have helped. Facing is a bit tricky. It makes sense also, of course, that Billy's got a big ass pole. Gonna have good, like, footsie advantage here. Yeah, he's got that move too, of course. I forgot. Oh, I'm stunned. Okay, well, mashing probably would not have helped. Alright, try to do a full screen projectile. Of course, he can just do that. Noel, thanks for the follow. We did well enough the first time and then just got smoked. Alright, let's go back to Kim. See if we can manipulate anything with our... like, his normals is a little stranger, but I guess his CD is better. That help. Oh, situations where the Tianzon can work. It's a little problematic to get it. Try to do the CD and either get a stand C or a stand D in its stead. There's not a lot of extra damage, but a little bit of extra damage is, well, it's always welcome. Yeah. That's the thing, like, jumping backwards will often kind of trip them up a little bit, and it's not specific to this game. I feel like it's typically in a lot of fighting games when the AI is based on input reading, they don't typically, like, jumping backwards isn't necessarily something that's gonna elicit too much of a response. So either they kind of or if it does, like if you're playing a character like this that can alter their jump arc, like that's also a way to kind of abuse that or work around. But I noticed that a lot of opponents are pretty adept at dealing with the dive kick because they're just designed to air and like just hit you out of jumps in general, or something like that. It doesn't surprise me that they would do that in retaliation, just like you would any other jump in. But there have certainly been situations where that has kind of worked. Certainly no strategy free card or anything. Yeah, Billy is kind of crazy. I mean, he's a boss character, so it's fine. It makes sense. But he's pretty crazy. The way he can move around. And he's got, like, he's got attacks that can cover pretty much any corner of the screen. Well, let's see if we stay on this guy for an hour and a half. We've won rounds most of our attempts here, though, so just a matter of getting 2 of those in the same match. Yeah, I thought it was stunned. That's probably stunned, though. That sucks so bad. When you get the wrong move to come out, I was supposed to get the flip kick, and then I got a jump, and he hit me out of it. It's not necessarily that the move I wanted to have come out would have actually worked, but it's like, you'll never know. Bro, yeah. Yeah, that doesn't work. I guess if I had Andis Shoryudan, maybe that I could have anti-aired with that, but of course, it doesn't do that off-screen dive attack terribly often. I guess Terry's Rising Tackle appears to have a lot of iframes. Of course, Kim's fucking abysmal sweep range. I wasn't sure if I got him in some kind of pattern where he just didn't do that, but no such luck. Ooh, okay. That might be something. Neutral jump in front of him. Oh, yeah, hits throws into the background. Oh, I was stunned. What is the thing about Fatal Fury 2, the moves, bosses having moves that they would get rid of, being a little crazy. Axel having flaming Sonic Boom sounds a bit strange. Ah. Everything, like frame data in any fighting game is just going to be kind of nuts at this, you know, in any game that's this old. We have a lot of stuff that's like active frames throughout all of the recovery, as I mentioned, and stuff being like just moves being safe that have absolutely no business being safe. You know, it's likely only going to get worse when it's a boss character. Okay, we got around. That's what, dude. I totally forgot about the supers. Thank you for reminding me, Electro. That move having like no recovery is kind of fucked up. All right, I'll take that trade. I was trying to go for the same thing there. Didn't quite work out. Ah, shit. Okay, that was kind of cheap. Like using his forward attack to like for positioning. I don't know. I should try to make sure, like, whenever I'm have flashing health, but I'm still alive. I should remember to just try to do the super, just to confirm that I can do the input and like see how it starts up. That's a weird recovery animation. Okay, nice. Even as an anti-air and knocks into the background. Every time I just like try to get a little cheeky and wonder if I can get away with it. Nope. I should stop trying. Like, it has worked, but not like that. Oh. It's only when I like catch him in the middle of something, basically. Trying to land a throw. Going to hitbox, of course. Alright. Oh, it's done. I was trying to do the super, but I didn't have much time there. Like, the motion, technically speaking, is the same as KOF, but needless to say, the input leniency and buffers and everything, like, it's not... Inputs don't work the same way. Well, at least on modern KOF. Like, you go back to KOF 94, 95, and they're pretty strict and janky as well. Back up throw. Alright. I think maybe the Gen's on, or the Hungitz is on. Maybe it's like making sure to start at you. No, never mind. That didn't help. I was gonna say, maybe I was having trouble getting it because I was doing like a half circle, but if I do it from straight down, it's easier. Oh yeah, fighting EX layer is like the most 90s game to be made after the 90s. And I do think it's interesting. It's like definitely part of that game's appeal, but I think there's fundamentally a lack of polish to that game's, like, the animation and just like the presentation that oh my god, that cross up, holy shit. Like, it doesn't match the 90s-ness of the, like, the frame data and hitboxes and all that is there, but it doesn't have like the sort of visual panache and like impact and feel to match that, so it doesn't quite get there. It's like, I don't dislike the game, and it's not that I'm like ragging on it for being a low budget game, but specifically in terms of like evoking that feel, there's something that doesn't for me quite come together, that's sort of like due to the way it looks in action. Oh yeah, so far I've not been able to get the super to come out. I'm pretty sure, I have the impression, at least my memory, that in these games, like this version of the super is a pretty short range, and I have no idea what like sort of what to expect in terms of frame data. I'm sure there's no like super flash or anything, but I'm not sure. say, what about a meaty CD? Oh, that worked. What's up, opponent? Dude, I should... Okay, I'm gonna try meaty CDs more. I guess meaty should be easy to land in this game, right? Because you've got 45 active frames. Because if it connects, it'll knock down, so I get another knockdown. Good. But I can't wait to throw, maybe? Obviously you can block, but... Okay, can work. Alright, I think that was the best strat so far. Got us the win. Alright, it was not an hour and a half on Billy, but it was what? 10 minutes? 15? No one will stop me. You sure about that? Oh, I had duck and tongue furu. Used to be one of scum of society. Let's see how this goes. I have no real recollection of how this fight is likely to play out, but good start. Oh, that's a good sound effect too. We're gonna rock the meaty CDs. Like a safe enough approach, if nothing else. Oh, hero. I guess this is hardly the most memorable stage theme. Cool stage though. Like not just the concept of the electrified ring, but like all these sick cars in the background. This enormous light rig. I'll put over to this side. Ooh, that was a little too early. Oh, there's there's a sonic boom. It's interesting. The ring ropes can't actually kill. Oh. His mouth guard. All right. Yep. He was a little faster than Billy. It's clean. Can't do anything against Taekwon CD. Taekwon D. Ah, there's Richard. That is so fucking sick. You see like every character from Fatal Fury 1 who's not in this game being beat up by Krauser. Oh yeah, there's like the bolts running in the background in this stage. That's right. Of course, yeah. It's all the boss stage. I don't know about... I guess Krauser's isn't like that, but the others have these traps in the background. Or hazards is better English word for it, or the correct English word. 8 feet tall Lawrence. But he's kind of a cool character. I think he's... Invincible backdash. Did he... What happened there? He's like recover in midair? The bulls are a little bit of a strain on the eyes. Okay. Even if that doesn't kill, like just having it like put him that pixel closer to Chip. Nice. I didn't mean to do stand D. Bloody spear. But yeah, that's the trouble with Kim's. Like, you want to do either CD or maybe the D flip kick. Miss executing a move that uses the D button, you get a stand heavy kick. It's like 285 frames. Over here. Yeah, see, he's like standing in midair after that hits. A little weird. I mean, Kim Standee was always like, you know, he does the 2 kicks. But this one is like egregious how long it takes. Because both, like, all moves are sort of slow-ish, or at least the way they're animated. I don't know strictly how different the frame data is, but it feels... By the time the first kick is done, you feel like you spent an eternity vulnerable. So he's got this, like, dodge move, which is kind of interesting. Man, the supers are fucking impossible. Oh yeah, Kim's old crouching C when he does like the backwards, upwards kick. Like his, yeah, he kicks like over his head from behind. Yeah, I know the move you mean. It's definitely a little puzzling. Not looking great. Ooh. That's pretty sick. He's got the fucking bear, like, air backbreaker. I don't know how to deal with... I feel like he's in the dodge. He comes out of it with 0 recovery frames, which is probably the case. But then he immediately goes into like a crouching normal, which you would think have startup frames. I mean, I guess I didn't do like a meaty attack that covered it, but... Yeah, frame rate on this pretty cheap. Consider the Wolves bring back old dudes with mustaches. I think it's... I mean, Mark of the Wolves certainly had... you know... That certainly was a game from 1999 as far as new characters are concerned. But that was, you know, it was kind of like the next generation or whatever, right? Like, it was sort of somewhat removed from the other Fatal Fury games, but obviously looking at it now, it came out, what, like 1 year after Real Bout 2? And now we're like 25 years removed from that. And I think it's... Obviously, there's going to be some new characters in the game. I think that's... I should hope, anyway. But I don't think, like, you wouldn't reasonably want or expect that it's going to be like a 20... I mean, they're designed in a game released in 2024, so they're 2024 characters in some... Or 25, whatever, when it comes out. Characters in some regard. But... you would want it to have like a vintage sort of feel to a degree. I mean, that's what I think anyway. The sequel to an old game at this point. It's like an established legacy thing. So I would hope that, you know, we get something that has a kind of classic feel to it. Like, I mean, I wouldn't compare them because I wouldn't expect it to be like thematically looking to do the same thing. But in like Street Fighter 6, I think they did a great job with the new characters in that game, and that they feel very... That was supposed to be a CD. They're new and fresh, but they feel... Fuck. I wanted to do a meaty Hangetsu-zan, but I couldn't get it to come out, and I was a little spooked, so I tried to see if I could reach him with a Genzan flash kick, but almost. Obviously, Street Fighter 6 specifically is looking to this sort of new generation, whatever. And that was sort of what Mark of the Wolves was, so, you know, I wouldn't want to have a ton of newcomers. Like, I mean, obviously, what I really want and what I'm excited for is to see more Fatal Fury characters that we haven't seen in a while, and having that Fatal Fury atmosphere and vibe and etc. But I would want that reflected in potential newcomers as well. Dude, Stan D protecting the skies. Now is as good a time as any for Kim to take up Mr. Taekwondo. I mean, I'd be happy to see Yo in the game. Or even Marco as Mr. Kata or whatever. Not only I'm dying. Alright, made him whiff. So that was also supposed to be a meaty Hangetazon, but it didn't come out. However, it triggered his dodge. And his, like, counterattack from the dodge is a high, I guess. So I just crouched under it and did a low B. So, nice. Okay. Seems you're delighted by my invitation. I'm the sovereign of the dark side, Wolfgang Krauser. And remain silent if you say you're the strongest in the world. I'll beat you to build my legend. Fucking Krauser. He's such a sick character. It's a crime we haven't seen him back. Do you hear that fucking artwork?
I'll chisel your gravestone. Sleep well.
Fucking diegetic orchestra playing his theme song in the background. That is so insanely sick. His voice is so great too. I mean, it's such an awesome boss character. Like, I feel like there's dozens of fighting game boss characters that are like basically this. It's just like mega buff Fist of the North Star warlord. But Krauser manages to like be that without feeling like a knockoff, basically. Yeah, I think we might have found a pattern. Oh, that's so sick. He's like, he doesn't even get fully knocked down. He's still like leaning on his elbows. Because I noticed when I missed the dive kick, or I could when I jumped, it does the blitz ball, and I could like get over this. And even when, yeah, like that. So weird that it doesn't save blitz. It's just a special. That's cool. It's not a super or anything, of course. I like a little space. I guess his voice obviously is not quite as cool here as it is in, as it was in Real Bout or KOF 96. Dude, okay, sure. Need to try to like not. I have this instinct to like go for a crouch B because I expect to like link it into a special or something, but that's obviously not a thing in this game. So if I land by his feet like that, I should probably try to do a sweep instead. Probably should just block. That was just a wake up crouch B. Because I was thinking, like, well, I can't do a wake up Hienzan because that has no iframes. Well, that went well. I think we'll well, we could have a Billy type situation where the first attempt went very well and then everything goes to shit. But oh yeah. Just take the chip. Doesn't really have an answer to the dive kick. He doesn't necessarily let me land it, but he never really punishes it, and he definitely doesn't hit me out of it. Wow, the throw range. I wanted to move a little closer,
You were good.
then back off. But that didn't quite work out. I did start backing off, but I was still within his throw range. It's basically if I jump back from too far a range, he just doesn't do anything. When I whiffed the dive kick, that was supposed to be a CD, and I got it stand C, but that still actually worked. He tries to punish with that. It doesn't really work. Alright. Yeah, so that's what I want. Like, you basically have to be point blank for that sweep to reach. Such a weird normal. For being what it is, it looks like it would be good. It looks like a sweep. But the way he moves backwards like a full character length before the sweep comes out makes it not very useful. I wonder if that has like projectile invincibility or how that interaction worked exactly. Could have interrupted that for sure. I should have just hands-on. I put myself in a really bad spot by cornering myself.
You were good. You fought well.
Because I was literally talking about how I managed to hands-on through his fireball. I was like, oh, that's interesting. Then he gave me a prime opportunity to do it, and I just thought, I guess, that I would be able to jump back over fireball and dive kick.
Sleep well.
Obviously, that doesn't really work if he's like hitting them meaty, basically. Well, that does not go through, unsurprisingly. Man, the dive kick's weird because it's got like a height restriction on it. Not like super intuitive. Just thinking, like, I managed to dodge his weird anti-air kick there. So maybe I can just neutral jump to bait that, but I think the space... I mean, I'm sure you can do it, but I think the spacing is pretty specific. Countered. I gotta say, I wasn't aware that Krauser had, like, counters. I don't think that's, like, a move he really had in other games. Maybe it's just like a command. I guess I don't know exactly what's going on with that move, but beats my jabs. Oh, that's an overhead, of course. Jump attack. Might be alive still. Sick. I missed my input and it worked out perfectly. The jump D just like raised my hurt box, so his kick whiffed and then I landed on him. Maybe just neutral jump D. He did have counters in KOF? Cool. Yeah, it's just not something I think of as, like, part of his moveset. But I never, like, played him really in any of the games. I just think he's a cool design. Stun him? I guess I did. Gotta be in, like, just the right spot for him to whiff that. Kaiser, nope. Nice, got him. There we go. Sub 120.
You were perfect. I met my match.
I met my match. He's so theatrical and awesome. This is so cool. Just a little bit of a shame he falls like out of the screen. 1924, huh? Kim Capcom becomes the strongest in the world. Of course, it uses the internal date on the machine. Got us the big boss E. Kawasaki.
Love you!
Alt Ruckus, thanks for the follow. Whew. That was fun though. I enjoyed that a lot. Somewhat draining as these things are, but as far as Neo Geo arcade games go, especially older ones, this could have been way more stressful. So, Running Wild, I don't know if you would know, or anyone else in chat for that matter. Does this game have endings? So we didn't get it because you have to 1cc or something for the endings? Or does it just not have character endings? Stuff like that can always like vary a lot between games. It isn't something that you can always take for granted are in the games. Like obviously the first game has like some kind of ending, but it's not, you just have the main three characters. So it's just like one screen that changes. I don't think there's a lot of like you don't really get unique character endings, I don't think. But then in some of the later ones, of course you do get those. The End. SNK, produced by SNK. Learned a few things. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it. Or score there. I guess we used 22 continues. Which, you know, all things considered, it's not too bad. I reckon at least 10 of those were on Billy. There are endings, but it's like one screen. So are those like a 1cc thing then? I feel like that would kind of make sense. That's not outside of the norm, I would say. Men are definitely legendary. All right, that was fun. We'll do more fighting games in a little bit, but I need to take a short break. I will return shortly, and when I do, we'll do another raffle, and we'll see what we will be playing next. See you guys in just a little bit. All right, I'm back. With Fatal Fury 2 done, we shall set up the next poll. So give me a moment to prepare that. That And I believe that is all configured. So then I press this button and the raffle is officially open. Type raffle in chat and you will enter your name and have a chance to pick the next game. In the meantime, I shall go to the spreadsheet and update this. Enter Fatal Fury 2 having been played on today's stream, the 2024-01-26 indeed stream. All right, so that's a red. There we go. And we have now played 224 out of currently 303 games on the list. Although frankly, there are a few things on the list that probably should be removed because they're like PS3 stuff that I've had some technical issues with, some Steam games, some of which I may be able to play at some point in the future. Some of them realistically probably not. So I don't know, I'll have to look over that at some point. I don't know. I'm trying to think if there's other stuff I like got recently that I haven't added to the list, but I don't think so. I mean, I did find stuff here that I didn't remember that I'd added. It's like, oh yeah, I guess I got this game, so we should be up to date on this. It's interesting. There's games on here that, like, games that I've owned since before I started streaming that I don't think I've played on stream, that have been sitting here waiting for a long time. Other games that I picked up and never played. And then other games that have been like funny to me that we got this whole big chunk of Street Fighter games that like no one cares about picking. And it's fine by me, you know, if we end up in a situation where the last 12 games are going to be 12 Street Fighter games, you know, that could be worse. We could be stuck with 12 shitty games. All right, let's see who wins the raffle. Let's go! Itinerant Soldier. Congrats. You are the winner. Battle Blaze. All right. This is another game. I'm not sure. I might have changed this. Let me actually look. Did I? I'm curious to see here. No, right. It's marked as new, which means it's a little arbitrary. I don't have like strict rules for when I remove that label on games. Basically, if I buy a game and add it to the list, I add that little thing on there. But it doesn't strictly signify that it's a game that has come into my possession recently, although true in many cases. In the case of Battle Blaze, that's not really true, not anymore. But it's still new in the sense that we haven't actually played it on stream. And in this case, I don't think I've actually played it, period. There are definitely a handful of games that I bought for kind of the purpose of having on these streams, and then I just never played them. And they didn't come up in the, you know, no one picked them yet. So, do I even have the cover for this? I surely should have prepared that at least. Let me double check. Yeah, there we go. I know Macaw has streamed this like a number of occasions. I've seen it, and I'm sure it might be familiar to some of you. But I'm not sure if I've ever played it. I'm almost positive that I have not booted up this copy. But I have right here. I could be wrong about that, but as far as my memory goes, that is the case. Hopefully the cartridge is cooperative. Let's get the capture configured. I never remember what's this, but it's 2 for Super Famicom. Let me see if I have this card cable. Nope, I do. Get a different setup for this so I don't have to smart leads. It's always a little bit scary. I feel like I'm gonna break something. All right, well, let's see how it goes. First try. I did play this. I don't think I did, but it's possible. I may have. Like, the thing is, I know I've seen this game multiple times, so I'm like, it's familiar. Because I'm pretty sure we played Battle Tycoon. Let me just double check here if this is the correct one. This looks more correct to me. Have I seen the new He-Man cartoon? I think, frankly, you have to be a little bit more specific than that. I watched Master of the Universe Revelations, and I watched the 3 seasons, I think, that had come out of the Netflix CG cartoon. I'm not sure if Revolution is out yet. But maybe it launched, because they've been showing toys and stuff based on it for like months, so it's always a little hard to keep track of exact release dates for those kinds of things. I feel like I would have expected to get some kind of notification from Netflix about it, because they know I've watched other Masters stuff. But if Revolution is out, no, I've not seen it. How is the CG series? I liked it. I liked it better than Revelations. To be clear, like, I have zero attachment to the old Filmation cartoon. I never watched that, and I liked the He-Man toys. I like some of the mini comic stuff. Dude, the amount of lore in this game is fully out of control. But I have zero attachment to the old cartoon. I never watched the 2000X series either. But yeah, the CG series it's very different. Like, there was one thing that I kind of didn't really like about the first season, is that, like, there's a lot of build-up. It's a little bit like the, Netflix Daredevil, where in the last 5 seconds of the last episode, he wears something that vaguely resembles a Daredevil costume. It's not like he doesn't become He-Man until the final episode, but it's like, they have like the real kind of showdown with the villains, and they kind of, basically the villains transform sort of similarly to how the heroes do, and that like showdown with the main villains and the main heroes, like, that doesn't really happen until the end of the first season, sort of. So I remember the first season feeling a little bit slow with the build-up, but to be fair, when that happens, like, it's actually pretty sick. But yeah, so basically the way the show is set up, like, it's got a bit more of a Power Rangers kind of vibe, just in the mechanics of how it all works out, because you have like the main group of heroes, and they all transform, and that's pretty cool. But yeah, no, I like it. I think you like, even if the first season in some ways like it's a little slow-ish, I didn't consider it a big problem, and when you kind of get to that end, like, you sort of understand what they built to, and it works out fine in the end. But that's like the only thing I remember kind of disliking at the time, at least, but I got over it. And then, I don't know, obviously some characters, like Man-at-Arms, he's like a fucking dweeb. I don't necessarily like all the characters, but it is it's a fun show. I'd recommend checking it out for sure. So the first episodes are, yeah, okay, so that's how Revelations was released too. They were like parts 1 and 2, so there's like a first half of the series, and then there was like a break for a few months or something, and then the second half came out. So I guess they do the same thing with Revolution. I'll probably check it out. I didn't really like Revelations all that much, because I thought it was like not that much happened in it. It was just like not that interesting, even though there were aspects of it that I quite liked, and I remember liking the second half better than the first half. So I'll be checking out Revolution for sure. Title screen, the thing you remember, it's pretty memorable. Anyway, enough about CG He-Man. The hero, the battle. All right, no options, no nothing. I mean, Project Gairay's arcade mode was called Attack, so this one having a mode called The Hero. Whoops, I waited too long. So yeah, the battle is versus mode, I guess, and the hero is story mode. Oh. So yeah, you don't pick different characters. No options of any kind, I guess. So these are, we're picking opponents here. There's 4 to choose from. Shazzer, Werlek, Ilea, and Gustav. Fight Gustav. So I want to say you have like 2 buttons or something. Like the controls in this game are really simple, if I recall. The sprites are like look pretty great. Oh my god, okay. I was gonna say this stage has some very basic like Golden Axe 3 looking graphics. Oh yeah, you jump on B, I see. That 3D perspective. Quite something, okay. Wait, do I block on A? Or was that a coincidence? I think that was coincidence. So far, I found 1 attack button. Oh. I keep pressing up to jump, and it's not working. Alright, okay. It's gonna take... We have 3 lives, I guess. Battle 1, you lost. So I only have the cartridge, so I don't have a manual for this either. We're gonna have to take a little time to learn. So I think the throw is gonna be a pretty strong move if I had to guess. So just close up, forward, and attack. Oh, the active frames. Still in the 90s, guys. Wait. And a sweep, which I think I did on the jump button. Wake up throw. Yep, you got it. Oh yeah, down and jump does a sweep. Not confusing at all. You think of single player experience in fighting games, always think of Dead Dance. Not just the content, but the narrative and game design is based around the individual player or character. Limited roster, building a narrative around boss like individual enemies. Yeah, using continue on first fight seems like a bit of a waste. Actually, let me continue just to get back into it quicker. And we'll reset after this. There's obviously no guarantee that we're actually going to beat this anyway, but I want to have like a decent shot of knowing what I'm capable of and getting myself into. Kind of jumping over, baiting that, and doing the throw seems to be my most... I'm pretty sure this game doesn't have special moves, by the way. This isn't... Like, it's a fighting game, but it's... Yeah, it's a game from that brief window of time where... people were willing to explore ideas that were kind of running counter to what was established by Street Fighter 2. You know, you have like the pre-Street Fighter 2 fighting games where it's like the complete Wild West. And then you have stuff like Fatal Fury 1 that's concurrent with it. And then you have stuff like Art of Fighting, Fatal Fury 3, this. And yeah, maybe something like Dead Dance. Where it's like... The evidence was right there for Street Fighter. Like, it wasn't a matter of being ignorant or being... like, not having caught up yet, or, you know... But it seems to me, anyway... It's hard for me to read it any other way than it being, like, a deliberate... Not subversion, but, like... Alright, they're doing that thing, that's successful, that's cool and all. But what if... You know, and just going for something a little different. Alright, I think we'll just reset there, because I'm not going to gain much more from doing more practice there, so we'll just, did that... Okay, there we go. I think my reset button got a little weird there. It'd be interesting to see a new fighter like those, but with the caveat that it wouldn't be considered a real fighting game. I mean, I think we do get plenty of things like that. The difference, I think, is you could look at this game and seeing it sort of placed more or less on even terms with, if not Street Fighter 2, literally at least like the other offerings in fighting games on the Super Famicom. But there's a lot of, I would say, like smaller indie games. There's a lot of stuff on Steam that is like, I mean, we've even played plenty of stuff like that on this stream, where it's like, it's a 1v1 sort of combat type situation, but it's not necessarily a fighting game. I mean, they don't necessarily go all out on the narrative aspect. They don't necessarily feel like kind of a boss rush thing. But I think that more comes down to they don't necessarily get the production values. And I mean, a game like this doesn't necessarily have the production values of Street Fighter 2, but it does have production values that put it in the same realm as like other fighting games on the Super Nintendo. And the fighting games that do single player story, whatever, like the equivalent of this now, they're not like on any remotely similar plane of existence as like the name brand fighting games. So maybe I'm just being overly specific and like splitting hairs. But I think if you're looking for those kinds of experiences, they do kind of exist. They just are, I think, naturally a little more split off into their own thing from conventional fighting games. But I don't disagree in a way, you know. I think for sure, like, it would be interesting to see something that is much more firmly within a fighting game realm. Like, I don't think Street Fighter 6 World Tour is any good. It's not fun. It's just clunky and tedious. But I think there's a space there worth exploring in terms of using fighting game mechanics in a game that isn't structured like a typical versus fighting game. Or like expanding on those kinds of ideas. Like, it becomes a thing, of course, when you have an actual fighting game and that's like a thing off to the side, but I think it would be interesting. I mean, even Tekken 7 story mode had some weird rules and situations in certain fights. Ultimately, I think Tekken 7 story mode sucked, but it was interesting to see those kinds of ideas explored. I'm somewhat curious to see what Tekken 8 story mode is like. I have extremely low expectations, given that Tekken 7 had one of the worst fighting game story modes I've ever seen. But I'm curious if there's anything kind of interesting to it. How would I compare something like Killer Instinct 1 with the still semi-fresh Street Fighter 2 influence? I mean, I think Killer Instinct, as is the case with most like Western attempts at fighting games at the time, they just didn't really understand the underlying mechanics of Street Fighter 2. That's not to say that there weren't Japanese games that also didn't really understand the mechanics of Street Fighter 2. And some, like, a lot, because a lot of games that didn't mimic the mechanics of Street Fighter 2, like Fatal Fury 1 and 2, that don't have combos, that feels like it was probably kind of deliberate. And that's like the huge mechanical difference between Fatal Fury 2 and Special, that Special, like, lets you do combos. And certainly, like, Art of Fighting 2 was like 94 or something, and that also kind of works like that. So that was clearly a deliberate choice. Whereas other games, like, they just seem a little fucked up in ways that don't seem deliberate. And that's not strictly, like, I don't mean that as harshly judgmental as it probably comes across. Because I think some games, and Killer Instinct is a good example of that, although I would say more so 2 than 1, like, they had their own ideas of how things should work, and in some cases that ended up kind of working. And you look at stuff like, I don't know, Time Killers, and it's just like kind of a clunky mess. I mean, Mortal Kombat, I think, is awesome, but mechanically, like, the controls, like, there's a lot of stuff about early MK that's like really wonky and doesn't feel good, but it makes up for it in other ways. So I wouldn't, like, Killer Instinct is kind of in its own, in so many ways, in its own, like, evolutionary dead end. Because there aren't really KI clones, really. And it's such a strange idea about the whole combo thing. Like, you could argue that there's some of that, like the flashiness of the long combos and everything that you would see in later games, and obviously it had like production value just out the wazoo with the hard drive and the FMV and everything. Okay, let's see if we can actually do this. I'm not sure what attacks I can do that actually like deal damage, but guy's pretty buff. And I think KI2 is a much more refined game, because KI1 has a lot of like extremely arbitrary, like character specific combo routes and stuff. Like, it doesn't feel like there are systems, it's just like a set of rules that have more exceptions than rules. Hey, what's up, Amiga Cami? Welcome. MK's combat feels stiff. Certainly. It is a very stiff and clunky game. I don't think, like, there are aspects to, like, especially with the sound design, like landing an uppercut or even a jump kick can feel really satisfying. Like the combination of sound design, the screen shake, the, you know, stuff like that. And, you know, for what it's worth, I think many of the kind of Mortal Kombat clones that were around don't feel nearly as good as Mortal Kombat does. So there's like, they had something there, but I think to a large degree, like the feel of those early games is very much influenced by the fact that it was made by like 4 dudes in their early 20s who didn't really know what was what. Alright. Alright. What's up, Lamasar? This is Battle Blaze. Powerful barbarian fighting game with one selectable character. Is it selectable? I don't know. It's one playable character, I guess. And we have to fight a bunch of enemies. It has one jump button, and as far as I can tell, one attack button. Although very occasionally the jump button can be used for an attack, i.e. that sweep. The throw seems to be my go-to move here, because it's the one I can land with any degree of reliability. And whatever else I can do appears to do very bad damage. This is the only opponent we've fought, so I'm curious how we will fare against the others. Ah, input's getting eaten. Wake up throw. Wake up throw. Oh shit. Elaborate wind pose. I feel like this game should have been a beat 'em up instead of a fighting game. It's got a lot of cool art and stuff that's like not really in the service of anything interesting, because the combat in this is not very interesting. This environment isn't the most exciting either, but like the characters are really well drawn. Like for a console-only fighting game, I think these characters are pretty exceptional. Like they remind me a lot of some of the stuff you saw in Sega's arcade games. Like not just because of the theme, but just like the shading and the anatomy and detail like that. Remind me a bit of Revenge of Death Adder. Stuff like that. Like, I mean, maybe seeing Fouled makes me think more in those terms. Obviously the design of Warlock is something completely different. But I mean, I wouldn't say this is like head and shoulders above anything else on Super Nintendo or anything. But there's There's something to the way the characters move. Okay, do I like whiff punish? He's got pretty big damage. God. It's literally like the recovery of his big slash is another attack. But yeah, the environments, the stages look very drab. I mean, we were commenting on Fatal Fury 2 and how great the stages looked in that game. And this, yeah. What's interesting is you can kind of, I don't know. As far as like graphics on a console, you know, it would be stored in tiles. Like it would all be built up from background tiles. And building a background that's like varied and visually interesting in a lot of ways would come down to like clever use of tiles, organizing them in such a way that the tile structure is less obvious. And kind of a giveaway. Oh shit, he's got a projectile. To a game having like limited storage or memory or just resources in general is when the tiling and repetition in the background like can look quite obvious. And when you have these like big empty flat plains of, you know, just flat ground, flat wall, you don't have like elaborate perspective, like those things are kind of giveaway of you just have like the same tiles repeated over and over. And of course arcade hardware, broadly speaking, technically of course it's subject to the same kind of limitations, like the data is stored the same kind of way, but you would have like, you wouldn't be limited to the amount of tiles in the same way. So you can have something that's, I mean, you can look at, there's artwork you can find for like Street Fighter games where you can see the pencil sketches for the stages, and no real compromise. Like even if they were drawn with the hardware limitations in mind, you compare the drawings, you look at the final art, and just in general looking what the stages look like in something like Street Fighter 2, you know, they don't look compromised by that limitation. They're just a nice composition, a beautiful drawing converted to pixel art, basically. Alright, just mash. But then on the kind of other end of the spectrum, it's not a fighting game, but Golden Axe 2 on the Mega Drive is a game that I always... I mean, I think about that game frequently because I like that game a lot. But that game also has like a pretty noticeably repetitive backgrounds. It feels like a game that was limited by cartridge size. They just didn't have enough room to create a lot of visual variety. So you have a lot of areas that look very flat, like the same repeating ground texture, a building in the background, like it's just everything is repeated everywhere. And there are just no like memorable, unique details that stand out. And what's interesting about this game is that in this stage we were just in, at least, design-wise, it looks kind of drab and repetitive, but it didn't necessarily look like we had that excessive tile repetition. I think this game and that like village stage certainly have more of that repetitive kind of look to it. But this, I feel like, you know, it's limited by the... Okay, we'll do the... Kick, throws. Alright, she's a bit of a threat. I think this is a good example. I mean, it's not great looking, but I think this stage... I mean, the artwork looks okay, but I think they did a pretty good job of working around those limitations to create something that doesn't have, like... There's a lot of lines and angles here that aren't perfectly, you know, right angles. Because that tends to... Dude, that Sobot into the knife grab take throw setup is insane. So I think this is a pretty decent stage. It's more pleasant to look at than the other ones. But yeah, I thought it was kind of strange with the last stage we saw where it didn't look like it was suffering from as much of that technical repetition. Just the design was extremely boring. Dude, that's like... How do you avoid that? Yeah, obviously the completely symmetrical layout is a strike against it for sure. Like in terms of memorable design. That first village stage at least had that giant foreground tree that was not... That was only like on the one side. Like you could believe conceivably that this architectural structure would be symmetrical. But, you know, it makes for a pretty boring... Like, if this was in a fighting game with more resources, they would make sure to draw this at an angle. So the stage didn't have to be symmetrical just because the building was. I mean, I wouldn't say it's anything impressive. Can I block that sweep and punish with a throw? I guess. Oh, not at that range. Oh, dick throw. I'm helpless. I pissed the wrong way. Yeah, Golden Axe 2, I know a lot of people don't like it that much, and I think... I don't know that I've ever heard a criticism of Golden Axe 2 that I didn't find completely fair. I think it is like a pretty cheap like game. I quite like the changes to the character designs, but yeah, they are like just the sprites from the first game just slightly redrawn. But I like I said, I think the changes, I like the character designs in the original, but I thought it was kind of fun and cool that they made some slight changes to them, and I don't think any of them I don't feel that any of the designs are worse, personally. I think the two big reasons I like it is I just think it has a cool atmosphere. I think the music it's one of my favorite Mega Drive soundtracks. I love the enemy designs. And to me, the music and the enemies are more memorable than in the first game. And that like goes a long way. Like, I understand people would argue that, you know, this first stage, the first game has like the giant bird turtle village, like, oh, that's super sick. And yeah, I don't disagree. Those are cool, memorable things. And the second game on the Mega Drive doesn't have anything as elaborate or conceptually cool. But I guess like there's not that much. Ah, shit. I'm in the pattern there almost. Ah. I don't know. Ultimately, I think just the music does a lot, and I think the enemy designs are cooler. But I also think it's kind of more fun to play. Some of the changes, like having the wizards to fight against instead of the gnomes. I don't know, but it's like super subjective, of course. Like I wouldn't argue that it's the better game, and I think it's extremely fair to say that it's an underwhelming sequel. Like it really doesn't feel like the amount of effort put into it. It absolutely comes across as a very low effort sequel. And especially like the lack of like I said, it feels like a low budget production in the terms of them not springing for more storage space, so that all the levels look kind of drab. But I don't know, I just like it. All right, let's go fight Shazzer. Oh boy. Okay, this is not a great look. Interesting, like the rocks like look nicely textured, sort of, but yeah, this looks like I don't know. I was gonna say some Amiga homebrew or something. I don't know if that's considered insulting. Technically and conceptually unimpressive, I feel like, this level. But I think, you know, looking at the Golden Axe games, you know, 3 has a lot more going for it in terms of ideas over 2. And I feel like Golden Axe 3 is an underappreciated game. Like, I like Golden Axe 2 a lot, but I don't know that I can make a strong argument for it being underappreciated. I do think it has one of the best Mega Drive soundtracks, and I think the soundtrack is, you know, it's a, you know, the kind of soundtrack that it's not that people say it's bad, it's just people don't talk about it as often as I feel like they should, given how strong of a soundtrack it is. I mean, hell, I pretty much feel the soundtrack is almost what carries the game. But 3, I think, is a game that was obviously, you know, it didn't have the same wide release as the other games, so just way fewer people got to play it back then. But that hasn't really been, like, for the last couple of decades, they've been about equally accessible. And if anything, I feel like Golden Axe 3 had, like, a reputation for just being bad. And I, too, had, like, dismissed it. I think most people who dislike it only do so because a YouTuber told them to dislike it. That's definitely a thing, for sure. Like, just broadly in general, like, there's a lot of narratives that get built around games based on, you know, tastemakers, essentially on YouTube. And that's definitely something that bothers me in a lot of ways. And especially because they're not really tastemakers so much as they're distastemakers. It's all, you know. I have no problems with James Rolfe. I'm sure he's a fine person, and I was and am a big fan of a lot of stuff he's done. But inadvertently, I think the Angry Video Game Nerd created this kind of idea and culture around just shitting on stuff, and let that being the understood way to engage with old media. But, you know, it goes beyond, like, angry reviewers or whatever. I think, too, like... Nice, that was close. You have stuff like AGDQ and their awful games block. You have Kusu Grande and stuff that is, like, built around the idea of making fun of bad games that are ultimately end up, like, being extremely loose of their definition of what's bad, but it still gets kind of caught under the same umbrella. And I think Kusu Grande is a fun, cool thing. I've watched it here and there. I don't have a problem with what it is or how it's run. But one thing that I can get annoyed with watching that show or similar things like it is where you have... Alright. Better go and pray at the Grando Shrine before your final battle. Alright, we're gonna do that in a moment. Oh, okay, I didn't press a button. According to the way of your battle, I give you my holy power. Shield of Atlas. Alright, can you get different holy powers? I have no idea what this even really means. Oh, big old rift in the map. We fought 4 enemies. Now it's the end of your days of battle. Crush the intrigue of Glyphormoth? Alright, sure. I'm gonna try to pause as soon as I can, so I can... Oh, dude, that looks sick. Oh, there we go. The main, as I said, like, the main way of engaging with old media was, like, poking fun at it. And what I was gonna say about Kusu Grande and stuff like that, what bothers me is when you see people doing, like, commentary on games they don't know, and there's this tangible feel of people I'm doing some armchair psychology here, but it feels as if people feel an expectation on them to be making fun of things. So people tend to engage with these games, whether it's like they're playing them or doing commentary, or they're in Twitch chat or whatever it is, and people are just like tripping over themselves to find stuff to make fun of. And like, I don't know how often I've heard someone like, just mention something in a very kind of derogatory way and like, oh, isn't it stupid that blah blah blah, and then like someone has to kind of politely correct them a little bit, like, well, no, that's actually a cool thing, like I don't think that's worth making fun of for being bad, but okay. And I think that is the thing that's so pervasive, where it's like someone, I remember, I don't know what the context was or where it happened, but I heard someone mention at some point like the phrase open mic night in Twitch chat, and I thought it was really funny, and that stuck with me, like the idea that people, and I mean, I can be guilty of that too, right? But like people drop into Twitch chat and it's like everyone is trying extremely hard to be funny, or like I mean, that can be, it can take different forms. It can be a thing of like these big channels with 50,000 people in chat and everyone's just like vying for the streamer's attention or something. But it can also just be like people are, in the case of something like Guzo Grande or whatever it might be, I don't want to single them out uniquely, but streams where people are playing quote unquote bad games, where the players might not know the games, the audience broadly don't really know the games. There's this culture of trying to one up each other by making jokes about how bad the thing is or whatever. And I just find that such a vapid way of engaging with this media. Like, there are old games that are terrible, that are worthy of making fun of, absolutely, but I think everything deserves being met halfway and being appreciated for what it's attempting to do, or what it might actually achieve in a positive, exciting, interesting way. And then if it kind of fails, or if there's something about it, like, I'm not saying you can't make fun of old games, but I think you should give them a fair shake, and you should do your due diligence and make sure that it's worth making fun of before you jump to that as the default way of interacting with it. And that was a massive side tangent, but I think Golden Axe 3, maybe not the most, there's obviously way worse examples of games where you get this strong narrative, like people just know of a game as this famously bad game, and then it turns out that, it's not that bad of a game. Same as certain movies might be known as massive flops and the worst movies of all time, but, maybe not that bad. And I don't think Golden Axe 3 is quite in that category, because it's just not that known at all, relatively. But I think there were certainly forces at play that I think influenced people into having lesser opinions of it. And I think I was in that group too. But I think it is also, it is slightly more justified in the case of Golden Axe 3 than some games, because Golden Axe 3 to me has a very strong bootleg kind of flavor to it. It's got a weird, like, just sort of look to it. A lot of the visuals are like, the character designs and some of the animation stuff is like really cool, but, well, animation, I guess, specifically is not great. It doesn't have a ton of frames of animation. The color palette and the UI, like even the first stage has like this perfectly flat single color sky. It just looks kind of cheap, and frankly, there are even moments in it that almost look like a bit like a Master System game. Not on the whole, but just like individual pieces here and there. So it looks a bit cheap and it looks rough, but it plays well, and mechanically it's got a lot of interesting stuff going on. And it's like, Golden Axe 2 is a game I enjoy, but yeah, it doesn't really, it makes some very slight tweaks to the first game. But Golden Axe 3 is definitely a full-on sequel that like tries new things, plays very differently. I have such a soft spot specifically for Golden Axe 2 that I couldn't reasonably pick another game as my favorite. But if someone were to make the argument that Golden Axe 3 is the best game out of the three, I don't think I'd have much of a counter argument. I think it's definitely a game I want to play more. I played through it properly like the first time, just like the other year. I had played it before, but And it wasn't, playing it that time wasn't what made me realize that it's actually good, but it was the first time I really sank my teeth into it. And yeah, Golden Axe 3 is definitely a good game, and that's a game for sure I can say is underrated. But even that's got, you know, a little bit of a, you know, sort of cheap look to it. It's a shame that I think neither of the arcade Golden Axe beat 'em ups are that great. Like Revenge of Death Adder looks gorgeous. I haven't played it in a very long time, but I remember it not being the kind of game I'm like super excited to boot up and play over and over. But yeah, there's it certainly doesn't suffer from what Golden Axe 2 suffered from, and this game to some degree with the boring ass backgrounds. Anyway, back to Battle Blaze. Alright, throw still works. Warning for flashing lights, I guess. Guess that's the theme for today's stream. I wonder if I have a magic button to do my shield, but I'm a little scared to try pressing buttons. Oh. X and A didn't do anything. LR, nope. Maybe there's a special move command to use my holy shield. In the meantime, I'll do wake up throws. Oh, shit. Oh my god, that did a lot of damage. That's a good boss laugh. I like that the skull on the life bar also laughs at us. Castle of Phantom. Got 2 credits. Wait. The slashes do like 3 pixels. Like my attacks do dog shit damage. The throw is the only thing that deals damage, and even that's like not super impressive. Just not crap damage. Or maybe it does little damage to him too. Maybe it's like just boss health. I was mashing to get out of that tick throw, but no luck. Okay, we've got a shot here, unless... Nice. One more hit. Okay, we're alive. No guarantee that we'll get it in this round, but if we don't, we stand a reasonable chance, I think. He deals a lot more damage than I do for the most part. If he does take to the air, he doesn't... Never mind. I'll say it doesn't necessarily need to be that dangerous, but... Oh my god, I was trying to jump and do an early jump slash, but it kind of ate my input. Not over, but it's not looking great. Wow, dude, the fucking instant overhead. I don't know, I guess I think I was holding back, I don't know. Instant jump attack anyway. Trying to see if I could, like, get a throw on his wake up or something. I don't think that's a good strat because he could probably wake up throw. And it's one of those situations where presumably even if I did do it perfectly correctly, there's no guarantee that I would come out on top. Yeah, he's doing tick. Dude, look at the damage. Holy crap. Yeah, I do have a different jump attack with down an attack in the air. Oh, and... Yeah, we're doing worse and worse now. I was trying to think, like, if I jump at further distance... I might have an easier time dealing with his jump attack. Because I can kind of be further away and just do my swing. Basically space it such that I'm not in range, but my sword... Dude, yeah, that's like 40% of my first life bar on one grab. I don't think I realized that it did quite that much damage. I need to figure out if there's like a way... Can I jump? Yeah. Can I empty jump over him and set up a throw that way? Nope, I'm dead. Not reliably. Dude! I tried to jump, but then I pressed up and I forgot that, like, it's so hard to remember that I have to press B to jump. When I'm like approaching patiently, it's fine, but when I'm flustered and I try to jump in a panic situation, I will every time press up. And that does nothing. Plus frames. Can I jump, like, is the corner... Nope. Ah! Try to just put myself in a situation to get the wake up throw. I have to land like 3 or 4 more throws. Okay. We did actually do it. Certainly that feels like the most reliable strat so far. Isn't to say that it's reliable, but it's less unreliable. Jump over him? Nope. So, yeah, getting hit by the throw is the really bad news. If he knocks me down with a jump kick or something, if I get a throw out of it, it's like a decent trade. I just don't want to get thrown. That's the real bad news. I feel like I'm going in circles. I'm going back to the strats I used in the first attempt, but now I'm understanding why I'm doing it a little bit more. Okay, we might be onto something. I got greedy. Wake up throw. Nice. Thank you. We take those. GG's got him. Is there a hit boss after this is the question, or did we beat the game? There's a time bonus, but there's no timer. Interesting. Oh, dude. The full screen barbarian stab. I like that there's just an empty void on top of the wall. Yeah, I think that's the ending. Holy end of long and painful fighting days now. Finally, Faud has paid off his late father's score. 4 masters will be freed from the vicious shadows rule of Glafurmorth. The country of Verg will be rescued from the dreadful devil's hands. People will soon start living in the peace and order again. Huh. Yeah, the game, if you didn't see it in the intro, it's got like 85 pages of lore that scrolls by like way too fast to read it. Guess we did it. Was that it? It's 40 million pages of intro text. And Never mind. Fouad Manan, praised his name forever. Brave young man's name who fought by himself. A phenomenal disaster stroke his country only with his arms and a blade. Okay. The intro is at least way too fast, and this is just awkwardly slow instead. But that's fine. Are we done? Oh, I vaguely recall. We see. Yeah, I was gonna say we see like the sprites of the characters, little spotlight, little showcase of every single animation in the game. That's the thing too. Like, the sprites are nicely drawn, but the animation, like every character has like very small set of animations. It's interesting that they do have like intros and stuff. Like there's things you might not consider crucial, but they have like 4 moves. And you know, it's a pretty small roster, right? There's 1 player character and 5 opponents. I don't know if there's any hidden characters or anything. I don't think so. We got like 6 characters with small moveset. It's pretty basic looking stages. So some elaborate stuff actually fitting into the cartridge kind of makes sense. But yeah, I would have loved to have seen like the vibe and this character design and this art in like an action game or a beat 'em up, so there was like a little more substance to it. And like that's the thing, from an art perspective, even a beat 'em up requires a lot less animation per character than a fighting game. And you know, even less if you're doing like a Rastan type action game. And because they went with a fighting game, you end up with this situation where it's sort of it feels a little inadequate. We're Blademen. That's our mark. I like that we weren't even playing against the computer. But we still rank below them. I think we get more than 3 letters. Nope, it's just 3 letters. So there's like a leaderboard type screen in the attract mode somewhere. Thank you very much, Itinerant Soldier, for picking it. I enjoy this. I'm glad we beat it. We were cutting it close there. I was just curious to see the leaderboard. Does it show like the rank or the SP score or whatever? Well, I'll set up the next raffle while we do that, while we wait for this to show what's up. Battle Blaze has now been played. And the next game may or may not be the last one. It depends a little bit, I guess, on what game it is. If it takes like 4 to 5 minutes to set up, it'll definitely be the last game. If we get something picked that takes 2 seconds to go through. But okay, we just don't get anything now. What if I press start? So weird that the... whatever. We can start the raffle in the meantime. There we go. That is set up. Raffle is now open. Type raffle in chat. And you can maybe be the lucky person to choose the next game. This is a fine enough game. I don't disagree. I think this has cool atmosphere and great art, but it's like a pretty underwhelming game in many regards. It's just, there's just not much to it. You know, if I bought this for 9,800 yen or whatever in 1992, I might have been a little bummed that I got this and not Street Fighter 2. But you're not wrong. There's like, there are plenty of barbarian type games, but there's not an absolute Like, if you were really craving that on the Super Famicom in 1992, there, you know, there might have been limited offerings. I'm not going to attempt to even read this for myself, let alone on stream. It's like, there's massive amounts of text, and it's all like kind of clunky, broken English. And every 3 words is like a proper noun of something with a insane fantasy name. But it's cool that they put this like story background into it. And it's cool that it's in English too, like just for the flavor. Like everything in the sword and sorcery genre, it's B grade. I guess that's sadly kind of true. Well, I don't know how sad it is, but kind of true. All right, time's about to run out. Let's see who wins this raffle. Let's go. Lamazar, congrats. You are the lucky winner. Oh yeah. An exciting pick for us. Flashing just never ends. Oh, there we go. Finally. All right, we made the 3rd spot for the hero leaderboard. Not as good as RGF or Berserk, but it'll do. Arika time. Street Fighter EX plus Alpha. Did we play that after I bought it? I don't think we played this. I mean, I've played it in the past, but I picked this up earlier this... Not this year. In 2023. Within the last year. And I remember we looked at it because I was really confused about the packaging. And it turns out that the packaging, I thought is like... It didn't match up with any version of it that I'd seen, but it turns out that I just have like a busted half package and it's like a manual. We can look at it. Should be in this pile, I think. Might not be. Yep. I gotta go hunting for. There we go. I was confused because it's like, it couldn't have been... It should be in one of the more surface level piles. But yeah, I struggled a bit to find it because there's no spine. Because this was what I was talking about, the cover I was confused about. And that's because this isn't the front cover. This is the manual. And like, I don't know if you can see that. It's like even the corners, like it's taped together and it's kind of weird. So it's missing. So like even there's nothing here. Like the back cover, the spine sides of them have been like torn off. It's bizarre. I don't know what's up, but I got it cheap. It was rightfully marked as rank B. But as long as the disc functions correctly, we should be perfectly fine. Alright, thank you, Battle Blaze, for your service. Back in the Super Famicom fighting game drawer. Swap back to the PlayStation. How long ago did I get it? I think I got it in summer. So 6, 7, 8 months ago, something like that. But yeah, it was rank B, and it is an actual rank B. It's like actually in poor condition. When you buy something from a Japanese shop that's described as rank B, it can be anything from literally falling apart to someone looked at it and breathed a little too hard on it once. And you never quite know, but if you get a good enough discount, in my opinion, I mean, it depends on what it is, I suppose. Let me check my virtual memory card here, because I think I need to change the channel, because that one was full, right? I guess I can pop the disc. 0 kilobytes free. Channel 2. Okay, we got 1 slot free here. Sure, do that. Oh, there's Megatude. Actually, do we have stuff on here? Kamen Rider Yuki. Critical. Critical. Alright, let's go with this card. That'll be fine. Whoops, I didn't mean to. Actually, I need to plug in the stick also, so I might as well do that. Oh, there we go.
You shall be a champion of the good, a protector of the weak and innocent. You shall become a Dragon Master.
Congrats, Aristortle, on your newfound status as a Dragon Master. Wield your newfound powers responsibly. Don't do anything Jimmy Lee would do. And I think you'll be alright. Oh yeah, let me change the layout here. I forgot. Yeah, as you can see the cover art there, that's the actual front cover. And this is the cover for the manual, and I just don't have an actual front cover. I guess it makes sense that the spines are missing here, because if this had a separate front cover, that means it was it came in a like double width case.
Street Fighter EX plus Alpha.
In fact, for all I know, it might have been a double CD case, because it might have come with a demo disc or something. Like maybe this came with a demo disc for Resident Evil 2 or something. I don't know offhand. And
Round 1.
in a regular jewel case, there's no room for the front cover, really. And if you put the back in, the spines are gonna like fold over or whatever, so they just tore them off. Alright, whatever. A very crude case replacement job from someone who, unusually for Japan, didn't much care for the condition of the item, I suppose. Electro-altruism has chosen my fighter, and we're going to play as Polimperna. That is a choice I am perfectly fine with. Try to be a good person. Try to be as selfless as you can. Well, you know what I always say. It's not that important that you know all the details, the you know, the fine print of the code of the dragon. The important part is that you live by it. Alright, let's check out the options here and make sure everything is... Log an ending collection, that is pretty good. Select to exit, okay, cool. Oh yeah, I've got like the cycloids. Dude, I forgot like Evil Ryu is in this. Dude, I feel like it's been a million years since I played the... I feel like the PS1 version of this I haven't played since the 90s. Because I played it on PlayStation first, but wonder if shortcut is quick continue, or if it's something, if it skips stuff we want to see, then I don't want to skip it, but let's leave it off. But ever since like Zinc was around to emulate the arcade version, that would have been what I had played. So for the last 20 something years, I've only really probably played the PlayStation version. Or like an auto save. Well, let's turn it on. We might get super annoyed with it, but here we go. So nice, we can just do this. Excellent. No clunky, like pressing buttons to set them, that's how we want it, especially because I got a weird layout on my stick. Good menu sounds. Yeah, good sound design all around, of course, in an Arika game. Yeah, autosave. But it's pretty quick. Yeah, it's pretty seamless. Very, very classic. Like, remember when fighting games just had all these modes? Those were the days. It's a little weird that there's no music here. It's probably because the arcade game didn't have a main menu. So they didn't know what to put here. I don't know. I don't think that there's something wrong with the disc. At least I should hope not. There we go. Sakura doll. Oh, okay, so these were the characters who were like added. No, we're just... Wow. Why are so many of those characters not on here? But I guess they were like time release or whatever. I like the way the stylized the names with the Japanese in front of the English. It looks pretty cool. Of course, we got the beautiful artwork. I think it's Edion who did the artwork for this. Palmperna. Because in the arcade, EX, of course, was the original timer. And then there was EX+. So I think Plus Alpha is like the PS1 version of EX+. Oh, sick air throw. Dude, the range on that is like way too far. Chip out. Yeah, this soundtrack is incredible.
Round 2.
Face is a little bit iffy looking. Is that like a guard break move? I think so. There's like a lot of universal mechanics. XL isn't in this, but there is... Yeah, there's like the... Oh yeah, it's like the stun thing. Custom meter. Canceling supers into super is pretty satisfying. Ah, okay. Shit, no! Should have jumped over. Got a little greedy spending all that meter. Thought I might have had it, but I kind of forgot she had a fireball. But the faces really don't look great in this, do they? I always thought it was interesting how this game has like gauge bonuses instead of like score bonuses. The first attack gives you 1 bar, and like reversal gives you 25% up for some reason. I mean, the phases aren't like, I'm not complaining about anything to do with technical proficiency. It's just the way the textures are drawn is like a little crude. Characters on the whole look fine. The character designs are terrific, and the models do a good job of reflecting them. Like, I think we definitely get some of that flavor. Like, that's something that I think Capcom... I know they didn't develop this, but they were overall really good at, like, having the 2D art sensibilities of their designs come across in 3D. Like, you can look at a lot of this stuff on the PS2 especially, but even on PS1. The appeal of those designs and like the art style really came through.
Round two.
And if you look at these faces, like, they don't look like Capcom character faces. They look like off-model. There we go. Ah! Oh, shit. Okay, I canceled it in the air. I didn't even know I could do that in the air, so that's interesting. I fucked it up. I don't even know what she's gonna do, so let's block that. A lot of range. There we go. I figured that might reach. What's up, Laura? Which of these characters do I think would return as DLC in Street Fighter 6? That is an interesting question that may be more interesting than you realize. Of course, this game was made by Arika, and Arika has maintained ownership of these characters, like not the Street Fighter characters obviously, but the original ones. And these characters were never really I love that air throw. Oh, she can do that. These characters were never really referenced in any way outside of Arika's own games, and in fact Alan and Blair, they weren't even in the Street Fighter EX sequels. Much to my chagrin, because I love both those characters. In fact, I'd argue they're my favorite. So satisfying canceling supers into supers. And Arika, you know, they made the Street Fighter EX games and Fighting Layer. Fighting Layer, I think, was 1998. And EX3 was a PS2 launch title in 2000. And that's the last time they released anything. Oh, this song is the best song of the game. The bass line. But then in Street Fighter V, the first thing was they had this, like the Shadaloo Research Institute, I think they call it. It was like a thing they had on their website where they would occasionally post articles about the game development and about like the lore and the characters and stuff. And they had a series where they posted like character profiles with new artwork for like every excuse me, for like every character, not just the playable characters, but all the characters in all the games, including a bunch of like background characters, like Lara Matsuda's extended family and like story characters and all kinds of stuff like that. And in that section, they actually posted profiles of both stuff from Street Fighter EX, but even more incredibly, Street Fighter the movie. So they had like profiles for fucking Arcane, Blade, and Kyber, the secret palette swap characters from the Street Fighter movie arcade game. So it was kind of cool to see Capcom acknowledge the Street Fighter EX characters at all. And then after that, they actually had no characters, but they had costumes from Street Fighter EX, or more accurately from Fighting EX Layer, show up as like unlockable costumes in Street Fighter V. So A couple of years ago, if you had asked me which Street Fighter EX character would I expect to see as DLC in Street Fighter 5, I would have said no one. You're crazy. I don't expect any Street Fighter EX characters in Street Fighter 6. But I don't think it's as crazy of a thought as it would have been. Yeah, Skullomania is in SNK Heroines. That's the name of the game.
Round 2. Fight.
Portia looks pretty cool in this game. A lot of characters get like weird new moves and stuff in this. Oops. That's fine. Punish. Like that's sort of her Azanshu, but sort of, but not really. Oh, it's the Hienshu, I guess. I don't know if I have like a third super. Ah, all right. Oh, I have a meter left for this round at least.
Final round.
But I think in general, like Street Fighter 6 DLC characters speculation is kind of thing I do find fun and interesting. I'm really excited to see Ed finally in February. He's coming out. Capcom Cup is really soon. It's like in 2 weeks. So he might drop immediately after that. And he's the character since day one that I was the most excited for in the first year of DLC. And I hope next year, or the next set of characters, includes at least one new character. But as far as old characters, I hope we get a mix of characters from different games and just characters we haven't seen in a while. Although, I mean, there's a bunch of Street Fighter 5 characters that I'd like to see again. And you know, Street Fighter EX character would certainly qualify as like an unexpected pick. But I reckon if they were to pick one, oh yeah, that's unblockable. I guess they'd probably pick Kaidi or maybe Okuto, and yeah, those characters wouldn't necessarily excite me.
Round 2. Fight.
Replay features common in 3D fighting games. I mean, it looks cool. I don't know that I can combo into this super. The startup seems like weirdly long. Throw punish. Oh my god, the damage on that. I didn't like my weird overhead and canceled into that. Oh my god, holy sh... How did he... I did my crouching medium punch into the jab drill, but there was enough of a gap that he could throw me in between, and I was still grounded. Okay. Oh, dude, there's a quick continue button. Thank you. Yeah, I haven't touched SF6 since like Evo. I watch it, even though like the CPT season is like impossible to follow, but I think the format for this year's CPT has been awful. But I love the game. It's so much fun to watch, and I've just been like preoccupied with other stuff. But I reckon when Ed drops, I'm gonna have to at the very least boot it up to mess with him. Oh, okay. That's, yeah, forward medium punch with that weird super slow overhead. That hit really weird. Nice. Okay, we got the reversal uppercut. Whew. Yeah, this game came out like 3 or 4 years after. Like Virtua Fighter 1 was 93, Tekken was 94. This was like 96, 97. So this was after Virtua Fighter 3, and this definitely does not look better than that game. It doesn't look better than Virtua Fighter 2 for that matter. I'm actually, again, like, kind of, it's interesting to see this and realize, like, how... like, the graphics kind of being worse than I remembered it. Not from a technical standpoint, but, like, the artistry of the character models. It's, like, perfectly adequate. There's nothing bad about it. But I do feel like... if you compare this to like Star Gladiator, which was a Capcom developed game, and you look at how that game like translated the Akiman artwork to the 3D models, there's just like there's a difference. Oh dude, the big chop. Oh, okay. So I think I super canceled it. I wasn't sure if I could cancel specials into supers, but I think I can. Yes, this was developed by Arika. They were the sole proprietors of the Street Fighter EX series. I mean, it had involvement from Capcom, of course. You have some of the artwork and stuff. But it was developed by Arika staff, Arika composer, artists, etc. Designers, I guess. This game has like weird corners. Because it has corners, but then when you do a super, you get like knocked out of the corner. Even the throws might do weird stuff with the corners. Dude, that's sick. His unblockable is like an elbow drop. That's so cool. This is like the only game where Guile speaks Japanese. Yeah, it might be that I tried to cancel into my grounded super, and technically when I hit with the drill, I'm airborne. That might have been what... because I feel like I tried mashing out... like, games that have super cancels, if you've got quarter circle and DP motion moves, like, you're kind of likely to eventually stumble your way into a super cancel. Super cancel specifically meaning canceling a special move into a super.
Final round. Fight.
But, I mean... even the graphics being, like, slightly crude, obviously at the time, it would have been the first time seeing these characters in 3D. There's, like, an excitement to that and everything. But I think also, in terms of other, like, polygonal fighting games on the PlayStation, and I'm not thinking so much about, like, Tekken or Toshinden, but you can compare it to most of those, too. Like, it feels really smooth. Like, it runs at 60 FPS. It controls really well. Iframes, okay, whew, lucky. I wasn't sure if I had iframes. But it's like, it's an Arika game that's actually from the 90s. I should expect iframes on just about everything. Oh, Cycloid Beta. So, I mean, compare this to you know, Bloody Roar or Heaven's Gate or like any of those Rock Gym games that I really like, Fighter's Impact. There's a lot of those games that are great, and I wouldn't say that this is like head and shoulders above them, but it's really smooth and frankly responsive in a way that some of those games definitely are not. And I mean, a lot of those games run at 30 FPS. Well, maybe not those games specifically that I mentioned, but like Toshinden. Toshinden 3 has like an optional 60 FPS mode that like disables half of the graphics. All right, can we clutch this out? Good. And yeah, sorry, not quite catching up with chat. Someone mentioned Fei Long. Oh yeah, a little apple for chip win. I liked Fei Long. I played him in 4. He's definitely the type of character that I think a lot of people might dismiss as being like pretty boring. Like it's like a little bit plain, and I think within the framework of Street Fighter 4, they did a good job with him there. And I think if he were to be brought back, like, I don't think there's a single character who couldn't be made interesting. I think they did cool shit with, like, I don't like Honda. I definitely don't like Blanca, but Blanca is easily the most interesting he's ever been in Street Fighter 6.
Round 1, fight!
Vega's cool in this. He's got that chunky body in this. Like, he's not quite Zero, like Fat Dictator, but he's not svelte either. Project. Like, everyone's got new cool moves in this. Nice. Okay, cool. Thought that was a throw, but I'll take it. Yeah, this game, he has the knee press nightmare super whatever. In I feel like in most games, like I think in Street Fighter 4, they also kind of took it from this game. I'll do the reversal bait. Did I just fucking double jump? What happened there? He has a double jump. Okay. I guess I didn't think to try double jumping. Oh yeah, I love the way his teleport looks in this.
It's like one of my Japanese animes.
Should have done the light version. The thing is, I could have canceled into the super one hit later, and it would have worked. Ah. Oh yeah, he's just the kick grabs from this too.
Final round, fight!
There we go. That looks fucking cool. Okay, stay in line. Sure. Oh yeah, it's just, I think, like, it's tough with Street Fighter talking about, like, characters you'd like to see, because there's so many characters, right? And even if they were doing 6 characters, like, there's 4 characters in year 1, and maybe that's the pattern going forward. Maybe they'll do 6 characters, who knows? But regardless, like, that's still pretty few characters if you want to include someone new, someone unexpected, whatever, you know. Have a screen of text. Oh, we do get a little bit of CG. Pretty sick. These models actually look pretty good. Looking at it, like how the face is modeled and everything, I think these models, I mean, I'm not talking about the fidelity, but just in terms of capturing the kind of Capcom flavor, I think these CG models probably do a slightly better job than the in-game ones. But then you see characters like this, and you see used clothes, the way they fit, and that looking a bit sort of stiff. Maybe Olim's design just sort of lends itself better to it. Anyway, we did it. Thanks for pulling. Yeah, we pulled through. Blair's so sick, man. I still am upset about Blair's new design in Fighting EX layer. I think it sucks. Shinji Hoso Ayako. Didn't they both do stuff like, didn't Ayako Saso do stuff for like Ridge Racer? I want to say, did Shinji Hosoe do a bunch of Sonic stuff, or am I getting him mixed up with someone else? They both did, yeah, okay, makes sense. It's funny, I feel like I've heard like the stage themes a lot, but I wonder if this is I guess this song is probably unique for the PlayStation version, so I haven't heard it like at least not as much. It's a good staff roll song. Alan Snyder. But yeah, I think when it comes to like fighting game characters returning in like DLC or what have you, there's a like the saddest thing kind of is characters who are like one and done. They show up in one game, and it doesn't really matter necessarily if they were in the most recent game or if they were in one game a long time ago. They'd still be characters I'd be interested in seeing, like, broadly, hypothetically. That's not to say every Street Fighter V newcomer is someone I'd be super excited about. I know that a lot of people were, like, pissed that Ed is coming to Street Fighter 6, but I happen to think he was really cool, and I'm excited. Like, I think he looks way cooler now still, so I'm excited to see him. But I was, like, really shocked that Lara wasn't in Street Fighter 6, because I felt like she was really popular and a cool character. Like, right now, there's obviously certain other characters that more or less, like, what she could add to the roster in terms of mechanic diversity isn't maybe the greatest. I mean, they could change how the character works, of course, but, you know, because that's always a consideration too. You wouldn't want to, you know, fill a roster with characters that are very similar. But like, there's like Minot too, I think was a quite popular character. I'm not like super shocked, but like it's more the fact that no one from 5 returned in 6 except Rashid, who was, I mean, I guess at some point he may have been considered like a launch character, but even then it's like a little peculiar. And there's like Jury's the only one from 4. There's no one from 3, no one from 1, that is less surprising, but no one from 0 either, right? I think Street Fighter 6 launched with a great roster. I love the fact that it had so many newcomers, and they were, for the most part, all really great characters. So I'm not upset, but it's just like a little surprised. Yeah, Falke, I like, you know, I can't really see her. I think aesthetically she was cool, but I didn't really like the way she looked in game. But I mean, I'd take her over several other Street Fighter 5 characters, sure. But I'd love to see Viper back. It's crazy to me that she never came back in 5. She was also like a popular character who had a very distinct mechanical identity with her cancels and stuff. So I think Viper is certainly a character who has a decent likelihood of showing up in 6. Of the original Street Fighter 4 newcomers, I think she has the greatest shot, and especially sitting out 5, I think it's reasonable. I would love to see Abel. I mained him in 5 or in 4, and I think he's an amazing character. Again, like I didn't feel the need to see him back in 5 because I was playing Rainbow Mika, who kind of let me do some similar things. And you know, you've got Manon being a different kind of character, but still this sort of half grapplery type situation. But if Abel did, you know, if he were to come back, I'd be excited. But I'm not like, you know, I played Alex in Third Strike, so I wanted him to come back, and then Abel showed up in 4, and I like never missed Alex. And Alex in 5 was, I don't know, it didn't interest me, but I didn't really care because I had Rainbow Mika. There's a lot of cool characters in 6 that I enjoy playing, so I'm like fine. Even if Year 2 has like 4 characters and I don't care about any of them, I'll be okay. But certain characters are just gonna get you excited even if you're not clamoring to see them. But I'd say Viper is high on my list of a character I just really like to see again. Dudley is a character I'd love to see again. I mean, Rainbow Mika is a character I've always loved, and I was thrilled to see her in 5, and they did an amazing job with the character, so I'd love to see her come back. But she's the kind of character where they brought her back as a little bit of a gimmick in 5, and it's like, all right, she gained a lot more popularity than she ever had before, so that's cool. But you know, I can't be surprised if she doesn't come back. It really sucks. Of the 2 biggest additions to Super Street Fighter 4, Jury is the one who became the biggest star of that series. I mean, at this point, Jury is like pretty much not the face of the series, but like she's up there. I think she's more at worst equal footing with Cammy in terms of, like, you've got Chun-Li and then you've got Jury and Cammy, sort of. Like, at least like in the current sort of zeitgeist. So, and I think she's a great character. It doesn't surprise me that they would kind of lean into that, but it's yeah, it's a shame of certain other characters getting like short shrift. Like, I honestly think Rufus could be a cool character, but I can't be too upset of him not coming back. And I know a lot of people wouldn't want to see him back. I think El Fuerte sucks balls. He's like an awful character. I'd be perfectly fine bumping into him in World Tour or whatever, but like, I think he sucks as like a luchador design. His moves aren't like lucha libre or cool wrestling shit, and his entire game plan is like being the most annoying, obnoxious piece of shit on your wake up, and then he's got the invincible quesadilla bomb on top of that. Like, he just sucks. I'd be open for like reinvention of El Fuerte, but I'd much rather have a luchador that just doesn't suck in the first place, given the choice. But yeah, I mean, Seth, I actually is one of, I feel, few people who always loved Seth. I thought he was an awesome boss in 4, and I loved his design. I love his voice. He was just a cool character. And the way they brought Seth back in 5 was quite surprising, and I think cool too. So, you know, you never know. Fuerte has cooler looking costumes, sure, but his costume design is like the least of his issues. Yeah, Hakan, I don't know. Kind of swung for the fences with some of those designs, and I gotta appreciate that. But I think Street Fighter 6 has not only the strongest set of newcomers in a recent Street Fighter game, I think it's like almost out of any fighting game. Like, it's a pretty, it has to be up there in the Hall of Fame of like fighting game sequels with a strong batch of newcomers. I don't know what that Hall of Fame would look like. including Street Fighter 2 feels like it's almost cheating. So let's say,
Plus Alpha.
you know, post Street Fighter 2. Like Mortal Kombat 2, I think is a pretty good one as well. Like pretty much every newcomer in Mortal Kombat 2, there was like no duds. Like pretty much everyone they added in that game became a staple immediately. And are like well-liked popular characters. There aren't really any characters I feel like that were... Like with Street Fighter 3, people hated those characters for a long time. And it's only when they became old characters that they were like universally liked. I thought it was super fucking funny when they announced Oro for Street Fighter 5 in the fifth, like the last year of DLC. There was like a blog post when it's like, oh, fan favorite Oro returns. I think they even wrote something that to the effect of like, he became a fan favorite when Street Fighter 3 came out and whatever. And like nothing could be further from the truth. People didn't like the Street Fighter 3 newcomers, and I think Oro is probably pretty much the bottom of the barrel. Like, it was not a popular character by any stretch of the imagination. And he's cool now, and it's, you know, he's certainly a character it was neat to see him again in 5. He can sit out 6, but, you know, you can have characters like that like don't really hit at the time, but people remember fondly eventually.
Street Fighter EX.
But yeah,
Plus Alpha.
I think Street Fighter 6 had a very strong group of newcomers. Anyway, that was a long ass rant, but I don't mind, and I hope you guys don't either.
Round 1, fight.
Let's see, let me find this game on the list. So yeah, we I talked about having a lot of Street Fighter games on the list. We now have one less, but of course the Street Fighter game we took off the list is like the more unique, interesting one. That's cool, that's fine. Like I said, if we end up with 6 to 8 versions of Street Fighter 2 and a few versions of Street Fighter 3 as our final games on this list, we could do a lot worse than that. I don't mind. Even in the small reach of a popular Street Fighter 3 characters were on release, there's no way Oro beat Ibuki or Alex, right? And even, I would say, like, to me, Yun and Yang were, like, they were so cool. They're, like, so obviously cool characters. I thought Elena was awesome, but, yeah, in terms of, like, mass appeal, I mean, yeah, you had Yun Yang, you had Elena, Oro, Ibuki, Alex, Dudley, and Necro. And like Necro, I feel like is the only character you could possibly make the argument that he might. Oh, Sean also.
Street Fighter
Necro is the only character I feel like you could
Alpha.
possibly argue as being less like well liked or popular or well received than Oro. Hugo was not in New Generation. Hugo and Urien were added in Second Impact. Second Impact added Hugo and Urien and the Shingoki boss fight. Yeah, but even if we include Third Strike, then you had Remy, Q, 12, Makoto, and at that point, like, you know, I think Remy and 12, you got to add those to the conversation, like as potential characters that people gave less of a shit about than Oro. But, you know, for the most part, yeah, he was not one of the more accessible Street Fighter 3 characters, certainly. Well, folks, this has been fun. I could strain myself to go a little bit longer, but to be perfectly frank, I'm getting a little bit tired. And it's like, I feel totally fine just chilling, chatting a little bit. Maybe we'll actually just play this for a little bit more. But I don't think we're going to be doing any more games tonight, because we are streaming tomorrow, and I don't have my schedule for tomorrow quite figured out, but we're going to be continuing Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown. And I love that illustration of Ken, by the way. One of my favorite illustrations of Ken. So sick.
Round 1, fight.
I want to try to put a decent chunk of time into that game tomorrow. Last stream, we were kind of stuck for a long time on a stupid thing. So I want to try to make up for that next time by making good progress. But we also have... I'm looking over here because I have something that I can't physically reach, but I did get a Surugaya box in the mail, and I will try to the utmost of my ability to do a quote-unquote quick rundown of some of the things we got there. There is actually one item in particular that I was eager to... Honestly, that item was the reason I made the order in the first place, because it's one of those things where it's like, oh shit, this is in stock? Okay, I need to order this, so let's see what else I get. It's not that amazing of an item, but it's just amazing that it exists. I'm glad to have grabbed it. But there's a few things to look at. Only 4 hours? Yeah. I'm gonna try to not go over... I flipped through the books, and there's a few games actually too, but there's just some stuff I wanted to talk about, but I didn't want to do it today because I wanted to make sure that we had time for the games. Technically, I guess we could... Now would be a fine time to do it, but I can't be bothered because I have to go dig for it, and I'm gonna want to wrap up soon anyway. But we're gonna take a quick look at that tomorrow, and we're gonna play some more Prince of Persia. But let's see. So this game doesn't really have any other crazy modes or anything. Like some of the later games, I think EX2 had like the trial mode, like the challenge mode type stuff. I think this is just, or maybe not. Oh, dude, it's even in this game. Sick. Okay, we're doing this. See what, so that's, I guess, maybe how you unlock those characters? Hadouken. Yeah, it's his weird EX Tatsu. Oh, you go. Oh, I got a hit. Okay, cool. Airborne works too. I accidentally jumped. Jump, heavy kick, crouch, heavy kick. Oh, do the fireworks. Link combos. Is that not the select button? Yep, okay. Where did that small? Yep, that sure works. Fucking slow down with the fireworks. Oh, okay, so it's like resets the corners. I see, okay. Jump in, like, heavy kick to stand heavy kick. It's extremely weird. Okay, I mean, it's cool. I would never have thought that that would be a combo. That's cool. Two crouching light kicks to Shinku Hadouken. Tricky input that we got there. Tatsu to into air. Okay. Wait, what? Into what? Two Tatsus into Shinku Hadouken into Shinku Tatsumaki. That what is it, like corner combo maybe? I'm pushing him out of the corner. Delay it. Surely I can't do the... Oh, wait, what the fuck? Okay, I gotta cancel it. Okay, I'm trying to cancel the Shinku Hadouken into the Shinku Tats. I'm matching super hard, but... Man, what's the window? Like, I guess I have to like cancel the recovery. No, because that's... Okay, hang on. So that's... No, okay, you can. Alright, it's just the inputs not being clean enough, I guess. My leg was covering his leg. How is that not good enough? I was gonna say, surely that's gonna work. Like, it didn't trigger the screen transition yet. Alright, Shoryuken into Shinku Tatsumaki. Yeah. It's like such a bizarre cancel. Yeah, like even the uppercut like pushes them out of the corner. Jump heavy kick, crouch medium punch, medium kick, Hadouken, Shinku Hadouken, Shinku Tatsumaki. Yeah, this has like Street Fighter 2 jump in hit stun. It's like very short hit stun. Oh, dude, the damage though. Oh, so it does cost one extra bar to cancel special into super. That makes sense. That makes sense. Or does it? Oh, no. Maybe I whiffed this. Okay, whatever. Ooh, I didn't think that would combo. I find combo trials like this like super addictive. I don't know that it makes for the most exciting stream content, but I'll play any fighting game like to do trials. They compel me. Like Marvel 3, I didn't really like. It's not my type of fighting game. But I had pretty fun doing the trials. Too hard. I was gonna say that probably not in range anyway. I feel like I have to manage to get the super output. I mean the Tatsu. I need to hit him like right as he's being launched at the latest. Oh, it's probably piano, the super input, actually. I didn't think to do that before. Nope. Poor piano technique. I don't understand the cancel window there. There we go. Okay, one more. Two Tatsus. Super Tatsu into Super Hadouken into Super Tatsu, okay. So I don't know which Tatsu I'm supposed to do, if that makes any difference. Because this launches way higher. That's the light, like, the light goes straight up, basically. The medium, or the heavy goes forward, and the medium, like 45 degrees. So it doesn't say that I'm supposed to do it airborne, but it doesn't distinguish. So I'm not sure even... Might be a link like this, yeah. Oh. That's exactly what I did not want. Yeah, because I'm in the air. Oh, I have a red fireball. Do I have a move list? Actually, I do. Man normals. Oh, yeah, the Tatsu in this is a little unusual because it's like a multi-chain thing. Oh, it doesn't actually have... Yeah, I guess I got a lucky random red Hadoken. Yeah, so if I just do quarter circle back kick, it just does that. So you enter each kick as its own input. Oh, you can actually change trajectory. That's really weird. If I do lights and then heavies, the first one goes high and then he goes down. If I do heavy first, then light, he then goes up. But yeah, so each kick is its own quarter circle input. So I do two, and then I land, and then I cancel the recovery into the super. But yeah, doing a Shinku Tatsumaki Senpukyaku into the Shinku Hadoken, I don't understand how to execute it, much less how it's supposed to connect. I mean, if I can toss this Hadoken after him, it should connect, but how's the second Tatsu super is supposed to connect? That I have no idea about. If I just whiff this... I'm trying to figure out, like... It's about as soon as I can... Like, it doesn't seem... Well, yeah, I can tell that it's not a cancel because if you do a cancel... there's a yellow flash. I guess the fireball might have to connect for that canceled. I'm just trying to demonstrate that if I could, but... Yeah, so you see there's a yellow flash. That's because I canceled the super into the super. So I don't think there's any... So what I'm wondering is, like, is there some... Oh, I didn't try this, I guess. Okay, so that might work. Should I be mid-screen? Should I be corner? Like, the corner moves if I do this, of course, but... Oh, that is a cancel. And it didn't even juggle. Okay, I'm... I'm more confused now. So this is awkward, because you gotta kind of... Feels like you have to be outside the window for where you would have been able to cancel into the third kick. But I might be wrong about that. Okay, so over. Okay. I think the number on the bottom right is like just a score, because the number went up with each challenge that I completed. Oh, that landed totally differently. Like, you might be required to hit that in a weird way. And again, depending on which strength of Tatsu I use... Oh yeah, so the light launches. The medium and heavy don't launch. He stays grounded. But if I do heavy first, then light, then he goes up in the air a little bit. Doing the super cancel off that, is, especially on this side, really hard. So there's like some pretty hardcore combo challenges in this. Can't get the super to come out. Because it's also kind of meant for you to be able to mash this out without getting the super. So it's sort of deliberately a different timing. Okay, so I guess that's not how you do it. I don't know if there's a way to make him like fall towards the corner. There you go. Okay, he moves forward there. Okay, so that's probably the key. Like, is there some way to make him actually fly towards the corner? Maybe if I'm like mid-screen? Like, what are even corners in this game? It's pretty mysterious. And of course, he's not going to hit a corner, because if he were to hit a corner, that happens and you lose control of your character. So that, I guess that's not what we want either. It might be literally designed such that if he were to move forward away from me into the corner, so to speak, it would immediately trigger the running, like the scroll thing. And to avoid that, the game, like, as a leniency, makes him fly the other direction, so I have more options for following it up. I just can't get the super this direction. Not sure what direction I'm not hitting correctly, but I don't know, it's a 3D perspective thing? I'm not sure. Man, almost. Let's try different characters. It's kind of cool that you can swap missions like that off the bat. Oh, cool. So yeah, you can see the 114. So the score fills up. So I guess we filled it up past Evil Ryu. So we unlocked Evil Ryu, I guess. Probably, maybe. Dude, let's see what Zangief's got. We didn't even get to see him, really, did we? I don't think we fought him. If we did, we killed him in a second. He's got some weird moves in this. I love, yeah, the scaling of the limbs and stuff, like giant hands. Which is something they did in the 2D games too, of course, but it's cool to see it done here and pretty exaggerated. Quick lariat is the kick one. Russian suplex, I'm guessing. Huh. Startup on this. View pile driver. Kind of cool, but I don't really like the camera angle, and the way it feels like he's like slowing down before he lands. It's kind of weird. Super stomping. This is the sickest Zangief super. Final atomic buster. I'm gonna need a jump for this one. That's kind of interesting, actually. When he breaks him over his knee like that, that's what they did for his like his ultimate atomic buster, which is the his ultra in Street Fighter 4. But in that one, he does like the suplex first, and then he does that, and then he tosses them up into the air and jumps after them and grabs them. So it's a little bit different, but they kind of took that from here, I guess. Level 3 final atomic buster. Oh, interesting. So yeah, some characters do have level 3 specific versions. Oh shit, you can do additional stomps by... Okay, I gotta try that. Said I could enter additional inputs. Well, whatever. This song, actually, it reminds me a lot of Dustman, which is Mr. Big's theme from Art of Fighting. Like, it sounds a bit like the arranged version from KOF 96. Nope, that was level 1. Oh, maybe this one. Well, let's see. Yeah, the camera angles for both the ascent and the descent Looks kind of weird because it like makes him looks like he's like ascending slowly and landing slowly. Stomach block. Is this a grab or a command? Normal or whatever. I don't think it's a special. This is just a standing jab. Wow. I figured I'm curious to see the normals anyway. Street Fighter 2 style, all three of his crouching kicks use the same animation. It's pretty good. Alright, I'll just look it up. What? Kick grab from behind. I can do this? Wow, wow. Dude, it's so hard to fucking jump over him. It was cornered, so I couldn't jump over. Let me read that again. Behind the back, kick, throw. Technically, I don't know if he's supposed to be behind my back, but... What on earth? How am I even... This is like my best idea for just like thinking of how to set that up. But it seemed... Oh, there we go. Holy crap. I mean, obviously in a real match, someone could have whiffed something and you get that, but it was awkward set up here. Alright. I figured Zangief... I was curious to see what kind of stuff he got, but I reckon he might have less... Dude, this is so sick. Challenges like this. Flying body attack. Oh, it looks great. Stand light punch, double lariat. I heard Zangief could potentially have easier combo trials. Super stomping into final atomic buster. That's... Oh. Okay. Cancel windows. Peculiar as always. I'm just mashing the super out like crazy. This is so cool though that it's like showing us not just combos but this other thing. So I do this stomp and then I cancel it to the final atomic buster. So I don't know if this is supposed to be... I mean, it's like some kind of tick setup, but I don't know if I'm meant to whip this or if it's connecting, because I'm just churning butter. I'm just spinning the stick and mashing my punch button. And the super's not coming out, but I don't know what the cancel window is like, you know? I don't know if... Because normally I don't think other characters... Oh, maybe. That's because you need to connect to... Like, you would think that 720... I think we did it. Okay. Yep, alright. Would be easy enough to cancel into because it's not sensitive to the final direction. It can be any direction as long as you've done 2 rotations. But yeah, the combo, the super into super cancels are highly peculiar in their timing. Alright, jump heavy kick, stand light kick, quick double lariat. Is this some kind of weird-ass micro-walk situation? I'm trying to land the kick as late as possible so I can walk forward for a few frames and get closer. Okay, yeah. Dude, even fucking point... Oh, wait, can that... Okay, he can move while doing it. Maybe that's the key. Maybe I just wasn't holding forward. I was, okay. There we go. Okay, I had to really delay that stand light kick. Jump, heavy kick, crouch light... No, crouch medium kick into super stomping. That should be relatively easy. He said optimistically. Oh, I can do this. Okay. That's not what I meant to do, but do it on this side. trying to do like a quarter circle, a buffer quarter circle first. So I don't have to do both quarter circles off of the... Alright, win with a screw pile driver. Nice. Super stomping into Chudan. That's this move. An overhead. Into standing medium kick into super stomping. Can you? I mean, this is an overhead, right? There's no other... Yeah, so I press both attacks with the same strength, and he does this move. Oh, what on earth? Obviously, I'm not meant to kick him off screen like that. I guess everyone's Mission 16 is some impossible arcane shit that needs hidden knowledge. Which is like, it's cool, or it would have been cool if you could actually learn this stuff from this mode, but here you have to like, I mean, go buy the Gaiaray MOOC. Well, hang on. I don't have the Gaiaray MOOC, but I do have all about Street Fighter EX. This is obviously not this exact version of the game. But I wonder if I could if this mechanic even exists in this version that this book is for. Maybe I can find some explanation. Here's chapter 1, guidance. That seems like a good place to start. Oh, it's probably not. Yeah, okay, yeah. It says like it said something about dashing. I was like, wait, this doesn't have dash, does it? It's like, no, it's only for Skullomania. Skullomania can run. That's it. Attacks. Okay, so this is guard break. So maybe I'm wrong. Okay, so this it refers to this as guard break. I guess it means that it's unblockable, so it's not. Here's on. So that is. It's not something that's in. So obviously the normals and stuff isn't in here. Yeah, just double checking. But maybe that's something. Zangief can do. Okay, so here's talking about super cancels. You can do a combo. これが基本的な使い方。ガードされる可能性がないため、ゲージを無駄なく使用できるのがポイント。Yeah, okay. So it says like this is the typical usage where you connect one super and you combo into this next one, meaning like there's no risk of wasting meter because you know it's going to connect. But it says here you can also do feint. Okay. So it's not. I was wondering if that means you can cancel it on whiff, but mechanically it's the same thing. But the example they give here is if you throw out like a Shoryuken that's easily punished on block, you can cancel it into a super. So if someone is like getting ready to punish it, you might catch their attempted punish with the super you're canceling into. Oh, here's how to reach Golki as the final boss. I guess it's in this version too, probably. I guess in the arcade version too, you can actually use Golki. There's some kind of... Okay, yeah, it says... Golki will be unlocked. Well, like, there's a code to do it, I guess. But he's like a time release character after... Yeah, okay, so after 400 hours, you can use a code to unlock him, and after 1,000 hours, he'll just become available, I guess. That's kind of cool. 1999 book teaching us about frame traps. I mean, this is from like 96, I think, but yeah, Japan got good guidebooks back then. Nazo no otoko, Garuda. Just again, about the mysterious man. Garuda. Alright, you can't really see. Well, whatever. Anyway, I'm trying to see if I can find anything of interest that's actually meaningful. Use the 4 hidden characters. Wait, I guess that's the same here. Yeah, you got Darren, Kairi, and whoever else. Changes to the overseas version where there were a few stages that were a little bit too Japanese looking, so they changed it. But it's yeah, not the Western version, but the like Korea version. I guess it says here for like the Asia version. Had to remove a temple on Hokuto stage. And Garuda stage is gone altogether. Okay. Yeah, it's so sick. Like, they have this whole chapter on just, like, interesting, cool secrets and lore. Alright, character data. Good look at Zangief, which I don't think is necessarily going to help us, but we might as well just look over his moveset and see if we find something that helps explain what it is they're asking for. And guard break, dynamite, headbutt. It does tell us right away here that this move is not cancelable, which I guess it doesn't need to be. If I connect with it, that's fine. So Iron Claw is his punch throw. German suplex is the kick throw. Flying body attack, yeah. Double lariat, screw pile driver. At least this section doesn't really go into any kind of combos or something. Ooh, so maybe it does show here, because this has like frame data and everything. Oh, ooh. Okay. There is something here. There's a normal version. Wait, okay. Yeah. Oh, it's quarter circle back. That's why I couldn't get it out. Ah, there we go. So it's not... Okay. I misread. It's not like an overhead thing or whatever. I got it mixed up. It's I guess you cancel out of it, because it says here, super stomping, quarter circle forward, twice kick. And then it's like additional input, quarter circle back plus kick. And I misread that before. I thought it said quarter circle forward, so I just assumed we could stack on some extra kicks. But no, we can see here there's a frame data thing that shows us like the normal version and the... Yeah, I guess it means like mid, like abort version, whatever. Like we abort the move halfway through. That makes way more sense. Thank you, All About Street Fighter EX. You actually came in handy. There we go. Okay. So we can... So then you can link standing medium kick off of that into another super. But I wonder if... Yeah, the input... The timing doesn't seem strict at all. You just have to be ready, because he stops at a specific point. Like after the fourth kick. Alright, we got the link. It's like max fucking range though. But I mean the range is what it's gonna be what it's gonna be. Didn't be well, he doesn't have anything. Yeah, okay. There we go. I was gonna say he doesn't have like a quarter circle kick move. So I can do the quarter circle forward kick and then just do one more quarter circle for the super. Okay. So I guess if I hit the super at longer range, that kick isn't gonna connect. That's a sick combo. I discovered that on my own. All right, we got full Zangief. So yeah, it doesn't seem like you need to do all that much to unlock those characters if that's what that's aiming for. Fuck it, let's get all four of them. You know what? Let's do Blair because we didn't really get to see her either. I kept picking characters with circle and I get like different color palettes. So I don't even know what her alternates are like. I think in the arcade you only get the one two-player color. But this game seems to have way more color palettes. Best song too. It'd be cool if filling out the combo challenges revealed a picture. Yeah, they did that in KI, the modern one. Not in combo trials, but there's like all the different arcade mode endings and stuff. Like each ending variation you get unlocks like part of a big mural or something. That's a very fun type of collectible thing for sure. Shoot upper. Oh, that's not that move. Lightning knee. Sliding arrow. The pose looks so cool, but the move looks a little goofy when it connects. That's so cool. Shoot kick times 3. Oh yeah. And her moves are cool. Fuck, I would like to see her again. Mirage combo kick. Not that, I guess. Oh, punch, okay. I wouldn't have expected a move with kick in the name to be with a punch button, but I guess you started with punches. Oh, this song's so good. Good light kicks. Shoot kick. Expect her to have a deeper voice. Yeah, I can see that. Crouch medium, punch, medium kick, and just sliding arrow. Alright, gotta do the heavy one to reach. I do like when you hit this, if you look at her waist, like she turns her body around, like she's sort of like her upper body turns before her hips and the lower body. Like I do like that effect. That looks really cool. But it's just like just the rhythm of the way the hit lands, and then you get sort of stuck for a moment, and then you just sort of flop to the ground. It's like not super cool. But the way it's animated, I think, is well done. Jump, heavy kick, crouch, medium kick, light knee. Dude, she's got a big ass jump. She jumps pretty fast, but she jumps really high. Damage? Like jump in heavy, crouch heavy into special. It's like 50%. Oh, okay, not 50, but good 30. Jump heavy punch, crouch medium punch, into crouch light kick. Wait, what? Oh, that's super not what they asked for. I'm supposed to do shoot kick times 3 and then standing heavy kick. Oh, okay. So they have different enders. There we go. Okay. I just want to have done it once so I know what they're looking for. Okay. And that link is kind of awkward. Dropping that light kick. Did it come out? Man, you have to be so fast. Like, timing is unnatural. We got it. What were we on? 11? Yeah, unsurprisingly, her combos are a little more fanciful. Jump heavy kick, crouch medium, huge kick 2, and then Mirage combo kick into bin side shoot. All right, so that's the other super, of course. And the game's probably not going to be picky with how the supers connect, so I'll just mash one into the other. Oh, wrong super. Just did them in the wrong order, but that's fine. I mean, it wasn't fine as far as the game's concerned, but I'm happy it worked out. I didn't do the follow-up. Yeah, the damage is... this is vintage 90s damage. It's funny, too, because this game has, like, so much more elaborate combos than any other Street Fighter game at this time. But the scaling isn't really, like, kind of keeping up with that. No. Oh. I didn't get the follow-up, and then I canceled into the wrong super. Super again. Everything doing with kick, so I confused. I have to do the punch super first. The second shoot kick didn't connect. I accidentally canceled the second shoot kick. This is just one input. And then that's the second input. And then you can do a finisher after that. So I have to wait a little bit for that last one to connect, but it gives you a wide window for the super cancel, so it's not hard. You just gotta not rush it. Even doing the second input, like, you can wait a long time for. Die on the damage. Shoot kick 2, spin side shoot, Mirage combo kick, spin side. Oh, okay, right. You can do the super. You can use the same super more than once. You just cannot cancel a super into itself. I could have gotten more damage out of that, but I just canceled pretty soon to have an easier time getting it. That's interesting. That just knocked down. Is it because he's crouching? I guess. That's interesting. Like, this mode teaching us all kinds of cool shit. Jump heavy punch, crouch heavy punch, 3 shoot kicks into crouching light kick into uppercut. Okay, so I'm assuming... Oh, wrong move. I'm assuming I have to do that. And then somehow reach... Well, that's good range. I need to get closer. then do a crouching light kick into that. I don't know for a fact that I'm supposed to do the heavy ender, but that's kind of what makes sense. Unless... Okay, that might actually work. That's the medium one, because it doesn't cause like the screen scroll. Let me try the light one just to see what it results in. I think it might be the same, but let's go with the medium. It doesn't look like that would connect, but the game is telling me that some version of shoot kick will let me link a crouching light kick afterwards. It's like, should I be sticking it out 2 frames earlier so that he lands on it? I just feel like his feet probably don't have a hurt box. It doesn't feel like they ought to. Like, if you just imagine what a juggle combo would look like, you would expect you have to concentrate your attacks on like the, you know, the center of mass a little bit more. Okay, I just wanted to see the heavy one again, and that actually worked, so we got it there. Okay, that wasn't actually as hard as I thought. Oh, okay, we're still only on 15 though. Stand medium kick into 3 shoot kicks. You shoot upper. That. Even the light version does 2 uppercuts. Into spin side shoot. Into Marauder. Okay, so you kick super into punch super. So that has to be the heavy. Yeah, oh, that's pretty satisfying. I would, if I had played Blair, I would never have thought to even try to link these moves together like this. Oh, first try, sort of. Oh shit, that was 16. I thought that was number 15. Okay, cool. We did it. We completed Blair. Alright, so one more character. We don't even really have to complete them, but... I'm actually kind of curious to see what Bulky is like. And if his combos get mad crazy, then it's fine. We don't have to complete all of them. Garuda is an original character for Street Fighter EX. He's like the mega edgelord who everyone thought was the sickest character. Even back then, I was such a contrarian that I didn't think he was that cool. I can pick him and show what he looks like. Go Hadouken. That's not Shakunetsu Hadouken, it's whatever. This one anyway. Sorry, read that. Danku Hadouken. Oh wow, okay. The angle's not that, like, he shoots them pretty far downwards. Full Shoryuken. Kuma 2, yeah. Malibu Stacy with a new hat. Oh, dude, he can do 4 Tatsus. And might be able to as well. That's Hadouken. So is this half circle? Back, maybe. Oh yeah, he does the like the Asura warp. Actually, can I? Yeah, I really love that. The pose, the Asura warp pose, looks really sick. Oh, and Magozanku. Oh, yeah, that doesn't look as cool. That like his Henma Goldzanku in X-Men vs Street Fighter is like the coolest fucking super for 2 reasons. One, it looks cool because he shoots like a billion regular fireballs, but I can't exactly explain why, but in that game, when you do the air fireball super, the startup animation of the super is him basically throwing like 2 empty, because he throws them with one hand, right? So he like alternates with his hands throwing fireballs. So he basically does this, like he poses like with both hands first, and then the super flash happens, and then he starts chucking fireballs. And there's something about the pacing, the timing of that animation of him like striking that pose and hovering in midair, just like doing that with his arms before, like, I don't know, it's super fucking sick. Oh, wait, what did that say? Okay, maybe it's Mesatz and then and the first kanji was Metz, which is destruction. Satsu means kill, and then 10 for heaven. Kind of like Captain America doing the pose before Final Justice. Sort of. I mean, there's obviously a lot of super flash poses and stuff that looks cool, but there's something in particular about that, and it doesn't make the move any better. Like, it just basically means that there's a long startup before the flash. But I don't know. But there's just something about that that feels so satisfying, looks so cool to me. Got a fucking command roll. Is it a dragon punch? I thought I input the command for the fireball and I got the roll. That was confusing, but whatever. Hadouken into... okay. Whoa, awkward. I'm gonna double check, so I'm pretty sure... okay, no, it's just quarter circle back, okay. Wait, what? Is uppercut super? Is quarter circle forward? Oh, okay. I thought it was quarter circle forward and then just a down forward diagonal, but it is quarter circle forward and then down forward, which is the motion for Ken's super in Super Turbo. So I guess that's might be the same for Goki. Weird. Okay. So I thought I have to do half circles for the super, but I don't. That makes that slightly more doable. But I'm pretty sure I have to... well, it's not gonna work. Like, to cancel it... like, it has to connect... maybe it's easier on this side. That's extremely awkward. Canceling a quarter circle forward into a double quarter circle back with like strict timing. 2 Tatsus into air fireball super, into crouching medium kick, into Hadouken. Go Hadouken. So that means, well, okay. I just need, okay. Want to be on this side again, I guess. Dude. Never mind. That's not the... that's... I misread. That, I guess. Can he just... that doesn't make sense. Okay, never mind. Oh, yeah, that's a dive kick. I didn't read the kanji properly. What a fucking combo, man. Dude, how the fuck do you cancel into this without getting the super? Like, I have to... I'm going from down to forward to down, down, forward, but I have to make sure to not get a diagonal as I go to the forward motion the first time, or else I'll get the super. I have to have super clean inputs. Can't believe I got it that quickly. Zanku Hadouken. Oh, wait, what? Holy shit. Okay, alright. That's actually sick. Alright. Into 3 Tatsus.
Looks like one of my Japanese enemies.
And then into... oh, I have to cancel into that motion, but I have to wait until I land. Yeah. Wow, okay. It is like one of my Japanese animes. I don't know timing exactly, but like I have to do the fireball high enough up that there's enough of a gap that the kick lands later. Not too late. I did get it at least once, right? If I try to do it really late, didn't work. I can't believe I got that. Jump heavy punch into air. Wait, oh, okay. No, what? Ah, supposed to cancel the air jump and punch into the air fireball. It doesn't combo. I'm trying different fireball strengths and it doesn't work. And it doesn't appear that I can like kata cancel the super either. So what the heck's going on here? Confusing. We probably finished the unlocking thing anyway, but what could I possibly do different? So I'm trying different strengths of fireball. Did he fucking taunt me? Okay, sure. Let me look up. Let me see if there's some information about. Assuming this has the data. Yeah, there we go. Gold key. Guard break animation looks cool. Oh shit. Fucking teleport punch. That's sick. There's a lot of those like that's maybe the coolest thing about this series. Like all these little flourishes and original things they added. Like it's faithful to the characters as established in Street Fighter 2 and Street Fighter 0, but I feel like every single character got something new. Like even if it's not a totally new special move or super, like in Goki's case, if I can do this while holding a book, that the Azura Warp's pose and like this move right here, that's sick. I mean, even the well, I was gonna say the jump fireball super, but I think this came out after X-Men vs Street Fighter, so I'm sure he had that before. So I just want to see if like this is pretty funny. The Nanku Hadoken damage 15, and it says CPU Goki 21. So all of his moves have different damage values for the CPU version. So 14 frame startup for every version. Yeah, it says talking about you can use the you can do the dive kick afterwards. It says the angle changes ever so slightly depending on strength. I noticed, but none of them doesn't change that drastically. Yeah, it says with CPU Goki, the attack comes out at the same speed, but it's stronger. But I wonder if he has... Yeah, okay, so certain moves... this is funny. The frame data is different. Like his uppercut and red fireball has... well, maybe I'm reading this wrong. Yeah, no, it's all different damage, but it's like a lot of different... Well, confusing. This doesn't really tell us anything about Now, I don't know, unless this is like not a combo, I don't know. Some weird like instant. It says jump heavy punch. Neutral and forward jumping heavy punch doesn't look in it. Actually, let me look at this jumping punch frame data or whatever. Normals. Cancelable. I mean, we know that, but that doesn't really give us any info. I just realized, by the way, I hadn't paid attention, but like for all the special moves, it shows all these like pictures of the animations, and like on the top row, that's what it looks like in the game. And there's like a second row of pictures underneath it where they just show the same move, the same pose from a different angle. This is all 3D models, so they're like showing what the Hadouken looks like from the front, and what his like red fireball looks from above, what his uppercut looks like from a like a ground perspective. Yeah, that's a cool little touch. The All About books are amazing. I have a chunk of them, but there's still a lot of them that I don't have. I got the most of the ones I have, I got when I was living in Japan back then. Well, not back then, not in 96, but in 2006. Which is crazy to think that it's 2006. When I was living in Japan, this book was 10 years old, and it's now like almost 20 years since I was. Oh, whatever. It's weird. But I have picked up a few of them in more recent years. But a lot of the ones I don't have are quite significantly more expensive. They're in like the 4,000 to 6,000 yen range, and there's a handful of ones that I think are like 8,000 to 10,000 maybe, which is like a lot of money for a book for a game I'm probably never going to play. I mean, this is probably literally the most use I've gotten out of any of these books, playing the game and looking at the books at the same time. But they have a lot of cool stuff. I talked about like the secret stuff. Has like the ending gallery. And I think this one, yeah, a lot of these do too. It's got sheet music for the songs in the game. It's got like developer interviews. It's got artwork. I mean, we had, you guys may remember, there was young Akira Nishitani. This is, of course, Nin, who was one of the creators of Street Fighter 2 and founder of Arika. In the All About King of Fighters 94 book that I got last year, there was a section about like the writers of the book imagining the new teams and characters for King of Fighters 95, completely just making shit up. There's like, oh, there should be a Geese team with Geese, Nightmare Geese, and Cyborg Geese from the Fatal Fury manga, and I was like, what the fuck? And then I had to get that manga, and then we got it, and Cyborg Geese is in it and amazing. That's like the ultimate lore of weird old collectible stuff. Anyway, this isn't gonna work, so let's be happy there. Oh, whoa, okay. We advanced to the second tier, is that it? Which I thought those, well, I don't know. I thought that was like character unlockable thing, but I guess it's something else entirely because those characters are already available. Who knows? We're gonna pick Garuda anyway. I mean, we have a lot of characters to pick from, even if we can't complete the last missions. But yeah, this guy has like a skull mask, got a big furry armor with a bunch of spikes, and all of his moves do like 45 hits. I just found that annoying. Alright, I don't know his moves. That kick. Didn't quite connect correctly, but just like guessing here. This is a little clunky. Oh, that's the... Even his pose is like... I mean, it's not like... not cool, but it's just a little... it's a little much. Goofy looking. I guess that's a super, probably. Nope. Half circle forward kick. Oh, back. No. Yep. Okay. Nope. I'm just guessing here. Oh, I can. Here. Oh, I can make it super safe. Okay. Yeah, and shoot. Oh, that's the. I did this. Oh, okay. Oh, it's an air throw. I see. You count it. I'm not gonna memorize these fucking move names. This command normal. Yep. Okay. He's like 8 feet tall. He's standing up straight. Like, his moves are all super fucking annoying because they do like 8,000 hits and he bounces around all over the place. I don't know. Like, I don't think there's anything wrong with his design. I don't think he's like a poorly designed character. It's just a combination of being an annoying character to fight, being like so overly like, oh, what a cool character, and everyone thinking he's a cool character that makes me like just not much care for him. Okay, so that is forward heavy kick, right? Yeah. There we go. It's awkward to connect. I think that's what I'm doing here. Yeah. I have to combo, like, I do a jump into forward heavy punch. So if I time it slightly off, I get the throw instead. That's annoying. Oh, medium kick. Whoops. I was like, hit combo off of a sweep. Gets 21 hits. All right. Ah. Ah, okay, that's a little awkward. Does he have another super? Nope. But I can do the other one in the air. Okay, that's good to know. Ah. Maybe if I could get like the early... Oh. There we go. Ah! You can cross over to the other side. Oh, okay. But I'm sure you can like... That is only 6 hits, okay. I think that can do more. Alright, so that's... Oh, of course, okay. There we go. You can't cancel supers into themselves, but I can do the spin on the ground and then the uppercut and then the spin again. Alright, so even if I can't... Yeah, okay, whatever. That should work. I mean, let's just... Oh, that's... Okay, that's a lot of hits. That's the move I forgot. He has so many moves. That's a different move. Oh, okay. Wait, how the fuck do I... What the... Oh, is that just... Okay, okay. But yeah, that doesn't even add hits anyway, so... It fucking doesn't connect. Alright, maybe we just string the supers together. Maybe I'm like mega overthinking it. Okay, I gotta push forward because otherwise I don't... So that's a grounded version, so that doesn't combo. No, wrong move. Right. Everything hits so awkwardly too. What did I get up to, like 14? I didn't really get higher than that, did I? Alright. That was 15. Okay, so that worked. Oh, but maybe I... Well... Even if you don't cancel, maybe you could do like a second uppercut super. Oh, maybe the spacing means that I can't do the other super and actually connect it. Like if I do the jump in into the spike, the spin super, it's not coming out, but even if it was, I'm not sure if... Yeah, exactly. See, it's hitting awkwardly. But I think if I only do the spike, maybe? So weird. When I got one hit less of the spike, the super hit 2 more times. That just whips all together. There might be something like that that I can cancel into really late. I also don't know, I'm like experimenting with not pushing forward, just remaining neutral. Because on the ground, I need to push forward for this to connect. Otherwise it just bounce off. But when it's being juggled, it doesn't seem to behave quite the same. It's not great. Alright, okay, 21 hits. Yeah, you can only cancel a super into another super. Oh, okay, so half circle forward kick into his 2 supers. Okay. This is interesting, actually. I'm canceling into the spin, then into the uppercut. I don't think that would have connected actually, but so I'm a little unclear on. I guess I have to do the grounded version, or at least be on the ground to cancel into the uppercut. Half circle, weirdly difficult to have come out. Like, it's not just the jump ins having little hit stun. That. Alright, let's see if it's easier in this direction. It felt easier. So funny that he just taunts sometimes. I'm not sure if I need to do the ground version of the spin. How that works. Yeah, and it's like a lot of cross-up weirdness happening too on this side. Ah, okay. We'll take it. That's Demon Blade or whatever is uppercut motion. This move into spin super. Hopefully he sticks in hit stun for so long that I can cancel. Oh wait, no, I can do that in the air. Whoa, that's no big deal. Supposed to be able to do that in the air, right? Cancels are peculiar. It's like simultaneously a completely open and free sort of thing, but also weirdly strict when it wants to be. Guard. Ooh, is it like an ant? Oh wow! So it launches if they're. I'm not gonna do this. I'm not gonna do this. Let's just see where we were at. Oh, okay. Building up the gauge for the second tier of characters is a lot slower. That's cool. That's awesome, because that means we have to do more challenges. Fuck, this is sick. I'm glad I didn't think that this was a thing, but let's just double check if this was a thing in EX1. Sure was. So I just want to check. There's nothing here. I noticed here, yeah, like everyone. But I mean, they'd be here whether we had made them playable or not. But select. Oh, start. That's. We just want to double check. Oh wow, okay, we even got. So I think we did unlock. So these guys weren't available from the beginning, right? I'm pretty sure we did unlock these guys in the expert mode. So we got that taken care of. Pretty decent roster of characters, pretty sizable. Pretty cool. Yeah, right, because I think it's so weird, like Alan and Blair being. I think this row is like the visible selectable characters. For sure, these guys are not visible on screen. Sakura and Dhalsim were not in the arcade. I'm pretty sure. Sakura for sure were not. Alan Blair and Skullomania were always in this game. Anyway, I played this for like an hour longer than I expected. Got stuck in the expert mode vortex, but dude, like I said, I find these modes quite addictive. But hey, this was an excellent fighting game stream. We played some cool games. We made some interesting discoveries. We found some super hot jams, not just in this game, which is of course highly expected, but Project Gaiaray. Man, I gotta look up that soundtrack or rip it or something. we beat Fatal Fury 2 somehow. We clutched out the 1cc, well, not the 1cc, but the actual clear in Battle Blaze. And we got to boot up this game, which I got a few months ago, I guess at this point. We didn't actually play it until today. But yeah, an hour ago, I was like, yeah, I should like an hour and a half ago, I feel like. I'm like, it's getting late. I'm streaming tomorrow, so we should cut the stream. Let me just double check if this has a cool mode, and it did. But hey, not a bad thing. Trying to figure out where to send you all. Frosty Faustings is happening right now. I'm gonna check in on some MK1 or Street Fighter action or something, I think. But let me find if there's actually a human being person streaming that could use some of your viewership support. And just someone I might want to recommend. Maybe someone I don't stream all the time, or I don't raid all the time. See, I can't even talk. You know what? Fuck it. Let's stream Bilbo. Old reliable Bilbo. Always doing interesting, weird stuff. He's playing a Sierra published Ultima-like on the Apple II. That's something slightly different than what we were doing today, but a good time, I am sure. Thank you very much for hanging out. My voice is super fading out here. I'm about to die, so I'll cut the stream shortly. But take care, everybody. In case you don't drop in tomorrow, then I wish you a nice rest of your weekend. But if you do, I'll see you then, and we'll be checking out some more Prince of Persia. Take it easy, everyone. Thank you for watching. Goodbye.